Gentlemen, it's 9:30 a.m. I'd ask everybody to take their seats and please be quiet for a moment so we can get this December 3rd, 2019 Board of County Commissioners meeting called to order. Clerk, please call the roll call.
Commissioner Berger,
Here.
Commissioner Bernard,
Here.
Mayor Kerner,
Here.
Commissioner McKinley, Commissioner Valache,
Here.
Vice Mayor Weinroth,
Here.
Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have quorum. I'll ask now Commissioner Bernard to lead us in invocation and pledge of allegiance. Please rise.
Gracious God, we thank you for the earth, our home, as we journey through our human life. Its miracles are too many to number, and its fragility too easy to dismiss. Help us to honor and receive its wonders so that we protect and care for it as we would both a child, young and filled with possibility, and a beloved elder. Graced with wisdom gained through experience, open our eyes to behold its unseen blessings, unstop our ears to hear its pain, and fill our heart with love for all that it so generously gives. We ask for the sake of your love. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. Madam County Administrator, are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Mayor, we have one addition, and that is an add-on. It's the term, asking the board to approve a term sheet for our Jupiter Stadium.
And what is that, 5D1?
5D1, page 21.
All right, thank you, Madam County Administrator. Are there any motions to adopt the agenda as amended?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner McKinley, seconded by Commissioner Bernard. All in favor, all opposed. Motion passes 7-0. We're going to now move quickly to the consent agenda. Would any commissioner like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Do we have any comment cards or public speaking cards on the consent agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner McKinley. Any further discussion? All in favor, all opposed, the consent agenda passes 7-0. We'll now move on to special presentations under agenda item number 4. Also, if you're a member of the public that would like to speak on any item in the agenda, please submit your comment card as soon as possible.
Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I'd like to ask for a point of personal privilege.
Absolutely, Commissioner
I'd like
McKinley.
to ask if you and Commissioner Bernard would join me at the podium, along with Patrick Rudder and Todd Von Laren. So for those of you that watched the meeting a few weeks ago, you know that the Assistant County Administrator, Patrick Rudder, and I have a standing bet that the loser of the Florida State game has to wear the winning team's colors, the first televised meeting after the game, which is today. So Todd's gonna help me get dressed. Make sure it's Peter. Okay, we're gonna get this on film. There we go.
Yeah, good job.
No, I don't want that.
Maybe next year, maybe next
Here
year.
you go. It doesn't mean I have to wear it all day. Whoa, here. A bet is a bet. My heart does bleed garnet and gold, for what it's worth. All right, our first proclamation today is going to be declaring today Hunley Farms Day. I believe Mr. Hunley is in the audience today. please join me, and any members of your family that would like to join as well. It is really my honor to recognize the Hunley family today in Hunley Farms. It should be duly noted that while Mr. Hunley Sr. is a proud University of Florida alumni, and I tip my hat to you, sir, his better half is a Florida State Seminole, so go Noles. And also, I'd like to give a shout out. A lot of the information that went into this proclamation was researched by none other than our very own Bill Bone. If you ever want your biography written, I used to think that it would be Harvey Oyer that would be the best writer of biographies, but he is being challenged definitely by Mr. Bone and his writing ability. So without further ado, today we are declaring December 3rd, 2019 as Hunley Farms Day. Whereas John and Patsy Hunley grew up in Pahokee and returned there after graduating from the University of Florida and Florida State University, respectively. Whereas upon John's homecoming, his mother and father retired, and John and Patsy created Hunley Farms by leasing 400 acres of land. Should note that his family moved to the Pahokee area in 1935. So whereas today Hunley Farms is a sophisticated operation with over 20,000 acres in Florida and Georgia, growing, harvesting, and packaging a diverse line of crops. Whereas Hunley Farms remains a family-owned and operated company with John and Patsy at the helm and their children, John Scott and Krista, and son-in-law Eric Hopkins. And recently, their grandson Cooper has joined the family business as a fourth-generation farmer. Whereas John Hunley has served as chairman of the Sugarcane Growers Cooperative and was appointed by the governor and served 2 terms on the South Florida Water Management District Board of Governors. Whereas Hunley Farms uses state-of-the-art farming practices and shares its bounty by gleaning locally grown products and giving them to local food banks, churches, and food pantries in our community. And whereas this year, Hunley Farms is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled today, that today in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed Hunley Farms Day. And I say to you and your family members, it is an honor to represent you on the Board of County Commissioners and to serve the Glades community. If you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley, and I thank all of the commission for this proclamation today. We appreciate it, my family, and I accept it in behalf of my family and my employees, both of Hunley Farms and our associated companies. Patsy and I, as Commissioner McKinley said, we founded the farm in 1969, June of '69, and we were both 25 years old. And it's been a long and mostly good, but sometimes tough journey. And we have all of our employees and our family members to thank for that. Many of our employees have been there most of those years. So we have a good team and we appreciate it, and we accept this in their behalf as well. Thank you very much.
Easy.
Rosalie Archer, would you come up to the podium here? Good morning. It's my pleasure to be issuing this proclamation declaring December 2019 as Palm Beach County Disability Employment Awareness Month. Whereas persons with disabilities should be offered the opportunity to create productive, independent lives through community integration into social, academic, and employment environment, and whereas disability mentoring is a valuable recruiting tool for businesses, government agencies, and organizations to create inclusion in the workplace by helping students and job seekers with disabilities explore possible career paths, build confidence in their own employment, obtain first-hand job experience in specific career fields, develop lasting mentor relationships, understand the vital connection between school and work, and target career skills, and whereas all public school sites, the school district of Palm Beach County serves approximately 37,000 exceptional student education students from birth through age 22 who may have disabilities that are physical, cognitive, mental, or hidden that substantially limit one or more major life activities such as learning, working, walking, seeing, and hearing. And whereas the Archer Disability Foundation works with the National Association of Governors Committees on People with Disabilities to present disability mentoring events that benefit transition students and job seekers with disabilities by introducing skills needed for a variety of employment opportunities. And whereas the 2019 National Disability Employment Awareness Month theme is the right talent right now, to acknowledge the contributions of workers with disabilities and recognize the value of a workforce inclusive of their skills and talents. And whereas an estimated 3.2 million people in Florida have a disability, and roughly 1/5 of our state's population deals with some form of physical or mental disability. And whereas persons with disabilities confront employment barriers and social disadvantages that prevent them from natural opportunities, and only 17% of people with disabilities work in the labor force, compared with over 64% with no disabilities. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by this Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, assembled here today in regular session, that today is proclaimed Palm Beach County Disability Employment Awareness Month. And be it further proclaimed, this proclamation is duly sealed and ribboned.
Thank you, Commissioner. So some of you may say, what is that young man running up here with a camera for? Well, when I was 19 years old, I got a death notice, and I had Pat premature, and they told me he wouldn't clothe and feed himself. He's now at Florida Atlantic University. He will be graduating, through the grace of God, 2020 May. And this is a success story that we brought to the city of Boca Raton and their board at that time, and we even created a board, which was the Advisory Board for People with Disabilities, which I sat on for 19 years, in addition to 3 different gubernatorial appointments. So I can tell you as a mother, one of the most important things that we can do as a community is to offer people with disabilities employment opportunities. And we dig down deep, and we work with the school districts. We started in Palm Beach School District, we started at Boca Raton High School, but we grew to Broward, Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River. So we have expanded our volunteer efforts, and that was through the success of the school district here in Palm Beach County. We have, as the commissioner has alluded to, over 37,000 students with disabilities in our school district. What that actually means, these people need to integrate into our community when they graduate. And I say to you, give a child or a student or job seeker with a disability a chance, and you will have one of the most merit-raised employee that you could possibly have. They work hard, they're diligent, you don't have to worry about them going out on Friday nights and getting a little wrecked. None of that. It all happens because they have a heart to really do their best, and they are skill-driven. And if you teach them a skill, they'll do it over and over, and they will be an absolute asset to your business or any government agency, Commissioner, as well, okay? Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'll bring Pat up to have this picture with us, if you don't mind.
Sure, absolutely.
Our next proclamation will be honoring somebody that we should all know today. And I've got to tell you how humbling it is to be able to honor not only Mr. Hunley and his family today, but at the same time be honoring George Elmore. When I first ran for office, let's just say George wasn't on Team McKinley from the beginning. But when I was finally able to earn his support, it happened after about a 2-hour inquisition, just the two of us over a cup of coffee in his office. And let me tell you that this man does not lend his support or his name to anything without doing thorough research. And so to have his support is an honor in and of itself. I was just quickly reading his bio here, and turns out for a short period of time he was a Hurricane. So I'm sorry I don't have any green and orange on today, because you guys also whipped our butt in football this year. We are in a rebuilding year, I'll say that. But I also want to thank you. You are an Army veteran, served during the Korean War. So I know you and Commissioner Valashay wear your badges of honor very well, and we appreciate your service. So, Mr. Elmore, I'm going to read this proclamation. If you and any of your friends would like to join me at the podium, I would be honored to have all of you up here. If you've served on a board or worked on a fundraiser or on a project with Mr. Elmore, could you raise your hand in this room if you've ever partnered with him on anything? Yeah, that's most of the audience. So don't worry, Mr. Hunley, you don't have to share your day with George Elmore. We are declaring December 8th, 2019 as George Elmore Day. Whereas George Elmore is a longtime businessman, philanthropist, and community leader. He is the founder and president of Hard Drives of Delray, which he started behind a gas station with an office out of his home. And what year was that?
1953.
1953, with a $3,000 loan from your dad?
Right.
It's pretty impressive. Hard Drives of Delray, one of the largest road construction firms in Palm Beach County, and is one of South Florida's preeminent, longest-running heavy construction firms. Mr. Elmore's philanthropic impact can be seen throughout our community at organizations such as the Kravis Center's Elmore Family Foundation of the Arts, the Max Planck Institute, Scripps Florida, Lynn University, Bethesda Hospital, WPBT, Channel 2, Florida Atlantic University, the Community Foundation, and the Gulfstream Council of Boy Scouts. Whereas he has actively served on more than 30 boards, and we're reappointing him to one of those today, including the United Way of Palm Beach County, the Economic Council of Palm Beach County, the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County, the Community Foundation, the Criminal Justice Commission, 211 Helpline, Forum Club, Murakami Museum, Cultural Council, and many others. Whereas Mr. Elmore's time, tireless efforts, energy, commitment, and resources have had a positive impact on Palm Beach County. Whereas Mr. Elmore is turning 90 years old and is being recognized for his passion, generosity, and dedication to our community. I'd sure like to know what your secret is. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled today, that December 8th, your birthday, in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed George Elmore Day. And I just want to read some of the awards that he's won. Not all of them, because we'd be here till lunchtime. the United Way of Palm Beach County Alexis de Tocqueville Society Leadership Award, the highest honors from the Association of General Contractors, the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Business Leader of the Year, the Sun Sentinel Excalibur Award, the Palm Beach Post Business Leader of the Year, South Florida Business Journal Ultimate CEO Award, Palm Beach County Cultural Council Montgomery Medal for Lifetime Leadership, the Quantum House Heart of Gold, I read that one because that one was started by the Junior League, Junior Achievement of the Palm Beaches Business Hall of Fame, the Forum Club Outstanding Public Service Award, Florida Transportation Builders Association Hall of Fame, Boca Life Magazine's 25 Most Powerful People in Palm Beach County, Florida Atlantic University Distinguished Service Award, Chamber of the Palm Beaches Community Leader of the Year Award, let's see, and then all of these other things that you have belonged to. If anybody would like to read a copy of this, I'll leave it up here. It's 3 pages long. You are a legend in this county, and your commitment, you know, you don't only talk the talk, you walk the walk. And your endeavors have created so many charitable opportunities for all families in Palm Beach County, and you are appreciated more than you will ever know. I hand the microphone to you.
Listen, you said you wanted my secret. You just read it. Stay busy. Stay involved. You know, I started as you said, in 1953, after I served my country for 2 years for the Korean. And just for information purposes, that was the last paycheck I ever got from anybody but myself. I started business when I came out, and you know, it was tough back then, and that was before the days of air conditioning in Palm Beach County. So you really had to love this place to stay here and work during the summer in outside work. But anyways, I learned from my parents, basically, and you know, they came up during the Depression, or I came up during the Depression. A nickel was really a big deal back then. And I know when President Fleming gave me an award last year, he wanted to know the secret, and I told him about the nickel education my father gave me. But anyways, I came to South Florida. I was born and raised in Pennsylvania. I liked South Florida climate. I enjoyed it. And I think I was very lucky to pick Palm Beach County because it was kind of new, and the response that I think, helped promote Palm Beach County for. I've got Kelly here, who basically says we got the best place in the world to work, live, and play. I think I've helped develop that. As Melissa said, I do grow down. If I'm going to join an organization, I'm going to know what it is and how it works, and hopefully put it on the right track so that it can be successful. I've been much involved in a lot of mergers when I think it's the best interest. The most recent one, of course, is the Bethesda Hospital. I was on there for 10 or 12 years and saw the need that they needed to be part of a major organization, and they're now part of Baptist. Took 3 years to get that one done, but anyways, it was very positive. I'm much involved in public television. We used to have Channel 2 and Channel 42. I'm a past chair of Channel 2 back in the 90s. We were able to put those together. Now they are supposedly going to get the third channel this week if Dade County School Board votes properly. But we'll see, but we think we have a good chance of doing that, and consolidation is the only way to keep public television alive. And I know my kids enjoyed it, hopefully, you know, Sesame Street and all that, and whoever I saw a need in the community, I tried to point my efforts to that, whether it's my dollars or my time. I want to thank you all very personally for the award. You all kind of surprised me when I got your call. I'll be 90, but my lady, Marty Latour, is really doing a great job, but she won't let me near her computer, so I don't know what's going to happen Sunday night. But anyways, I want to thank you all for all. I've been lucky, and hopefully I'll buy 10 more years. Thank you.
Well said. Well, they're taking a picture, and we'll transition to the regular agenda in just a minute, but I understand that there is members of the Lantana leadership here in the crowd. If you can stand up and wave, and thank you for being here. Hope you find your time informative here at the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners. I haven't had the opportunity to participate in any leadership program as of yet, but I know a lot of my colleagues have, and I know it's very worthwhile, so thank you for being engaged in our community and government. Also, just a reminder, as we move on to the regular agenda, that if you'd like to speak on an agenda item today, please submit your card to a member of the county staff. We'll now move on to the regular agenda. And we'll start with agenda item 5A1. And I will turn it now over, turn it over to John Van Arnhem. We'll ask Colonel Andrew Kelly, Commander and District Engineer of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, to join us as well.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. John Van Arnhem, Deputy County Administrator. While Colonel Kelly is coming up, I just will introduce them by saying that this is an invitation that was provided on behalf of the board to the Colonel and his staff. We're very happy that he agreed. This was a directive requested by Commissioner McKinley on November 5th and directed by the board. We have made the invitation, and the Colonel has been so graceful to agree. I want to also introduce, I think he can introduce, but I want to recognize Tim Murphy, the district engineer. Tim and I go back a long way. He's been a great supporter of Palm Beach County projects back probably for 20 or 25 years or more in the Shoreline Protection Program, and we appreciate the Colonel being here, as Tim, and as well as Mr. Gonzalez. So with that, I'll turn it over to Colonel Kelly. He's going to do a presentation. He is the District Engineer and Commander of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Jacksonville District Office, and the presentation will focus on Corps activities and regional water conditions. Good morning, Colonel.
Morning. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate being here today. It's a great honor, and like he said, I've got my deputy, Mr. Tim Murphy, here with me, and Mr. Howard Gonzalez also here with me to answer any tough questions. But I've got, couldn't be an Army officer without running PowerPoint, so I've got a couple of PowerPoint slides just to kind of highlight what's going on, but really just want to talk about kind of what we're doing with Lake Okeechobee. I know there's a lot of confusion with kind of how we're managing that lake and working on those issues going forward, and then touch on some of the major SERP studies, and then happy to answer any questions going forward after that. So just really quick, as a very current snapshot, the blue stuff at the bottom is the last year. So that's really just a tally of where the lake has been, currently sitting just a little over 13 feet. And all those other squiggly lines are just a historical record, basically since 2008, if I'm not mistaken. So just gives you a snapshot of kind of where we are over time and kind of what the lake has done in years past. So sticking with the current operations, right? So there's a couple things that have been happening in the past year or so. And the reality is we started last dry season, so the fall of last year, after having experienced some kind of significant activities with some algae issues and some other problems that have occurred, following Hurricane Irma, and we really saw some problems out there. So what we decided to do in the fall of last year, at the end of the wet season, beginning of the dry season, is we use the operational flexibility that is authorized under the LORS 08 schedule, and we intentionally tried to reduce the lake to a little bit lower level than normal. Historically speaking, it is good for the lake, it's good for the ecology, for the lake to get low every once in a while. And one of the main drivers of that is we saw with Irma, a lot of the vegetation really got impacted by the hurricane and by about 3 or 4 years of significant height on the lake. So the lake levels had been high for many years. Irma came in, and we saw an opportunity walking into this past season to kind of manage the lake in a way that we could get it down a little lower. So that's what we set out to do. And right now we're really doing the assessment of how well it worked. There's a lot of data coming in. One of the big ones recently is that we've learned that we grew the subaquatic vegetation by about 5 times. So about 5 times, we went from about 5,000 acre feet to about 20,000 acre feet of subaquatic vegetation, which not only helps, do a little bit of cleanliness, but is good for the ecology of the lake. We didn't see any significant impacts on the agricultural issues, and we never got to a point where we had to get to serious water conservation issues or water shortage constraints. So we kind of take that as a success. We'll still continue to gather data and reevaluate to make sure and learn all of those lessons, because as I'll talk about in the next slide, it's gonna, it does have an effect on how we look at the LOSM schedule, which is the next iteration of how we manage the lake. So the next piece is the deviation. So also at the end, right at the beginning of the wet season, so walking into about May, I asked the question, how do we continue to avoid potential problems such as the algae we had seen in the past years, 2016, 2018, pretty much were pretty hard hitting for the coast. And so I asked the question, what can we do, and do I have the ability to continue the deviate or the flexibility that I authorized in LORS, and I really didn't. So I had to go through a deviation process. And so I started a deviation process requesting permission to be able to basically, and it's a heck of a lot easier to say than it is to write in an environmental document, but basically it's to release water at a different time early, so you don't have to release it late when algae is most likely present. So the way I talk about it publicly is, if there's an algae mat sitting at my lock, I'm not opening the gate, even if the plan tells me to. And if there's a potential, or you see the trend of the lake rising quicker than perhaps normal, and there's no algae at the lock, open the lock, let some of the water out ahead of time, so I'm not forced into doing that later in the season for hurricane or flood control issues. Wrote that up in about 97 pages, submitted that, and got public comment to the tune of about 8,000, I think, public comment, or more, I can't remember, but significant public comment. So we kind of put a pause on that. We're working through addressing each of those concerns. And I think in about a month to a month and a half, I'll be able to kind of put a completion on that deviation, and then that'll go out, and I'll be able to explain that in the future. But fortunately, as we went through the wet season, we never really had to execute that. So it worked out in all of our favor. But I guess the short story is, we wanted to do things a little bit differently this year, using all of the authorized available options that we had to try to better balance how the lake was doing, because again, it'd been about 3 years of significant high water and some damage on the lake to help the ecology. Now, moving into the future, right, so you got those two things happening, and at the same time, we are doing significant public engagement on the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, which is the next version of the schedule, right? So we will complete this in 2022, and the reason why we're taking so long to do it is because we have to wait until we're done with the HHD rehab to figure out exactly what our risk parameters are. So once we finish that rehabilitation and fix the dike in 2022, we want to be able to execute this immediately. And what we've done is we've gone through many public engagement opportunities. We did a lot of scoping. What you see up there are the objectives for the study. And in my estimation, given a lot of variables, you know, we would be operating under this system operating manual for about a decade. And we think the next kind of trigger that would change that to a next iteration of LOSUM would be the EAA reservoir being built to the south, because that would significantly change how we could manage water and how it could move south. So that would probably be the next thing. So we really want to take our time, follow the science, make sure that the public engagement is done, and do a good opportunity to make sure that we've got it right and balanced, right? So there's a lot of reasons and a lot of things that Lake O water is used for, and we have a duty and opportunity to take another look at that in a new sequence to make sure we get it right, and we're dedicated to doing that. Just a very quick snapshot. I won't belabor this, but this is kind of the ongoing work with Herbert Hoover Dike. I mean, incredible with the state of Florida, help jumpstart with $100 million of the state's money to make sure we could get this going, and we got this effort moved about 3 years earlier. So again, we'll be done by 2022. We did see significant improvements last year when we were looking at Hurricane Dorian. We had finished some of the construction to the south, so we were in good shape not only with the lake level, but our construction sequencing had been done pretty well. So we were looking good, even though that storm for a while was very scary. And so that's on track. Things are working great with Herbert Hoover Dike. And then this is kind of the future, getting into the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. I know the one on the left, the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, is near and dear, but we've got two others that are kind of ongoing right now, and my theme for this is keeping up the momentum and keeping the pressure. As we've noticed, or as I've learned in my very short, little over a year in command in Jacksonville, is these things have been ongoing for a very long time. I think we started Loxahatchee, and it was called the Palm Beach County, is that right? Yes, sir. Yeah, back in 2001, and then we finally got the study authorization in 3 years ago. So we've been working to put the finalized plan together, and we intend to have that thing locked up and ready for what we call the Chief's Report to go forward to get authorized potentially as early as this year. So we'll be done, we think, in March, which will put us in a good position for a potential authorization bill for Congress this year if that materializes. And then the next one, the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, predominantly storage north of the lake. And then finally, the Central Everglades EAA Reservoir, which we are finishing up a congressional report to be done in May of this year, so that could get in earnest. We're busy in the design phase and working that, and that if funding works out and if everything works out, that's a 8 to 10 year process to build a pretty significant reservoir. But the thing about these is they're difficult. They involve a ton of compromise. I mean, Palm Beach County has been awesome. It has been an awesome stakeholder to work with. We know the partnership is there. We know that you've put a ton of investment, and you've got more coming afterwards. I think the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, I mean, that's the one that has the least of concern. As we executed a task force meeting in DC this past winter, or earlier this year, there was a lot of concern about, very specific issues about every plan. And so difficult for these to get across the finish line, lots of stakeholder engagement, and not everybody is always happy with the final plan. Everybody wants a piece that's changed, but we worked very hard to try to get the best compromise we can. And I think we've got a great chance for Loxahatchee. Really appreciate the partnership. I think it's a testament to federal, state, South Florida Water Management District and the county all working together. I think that's how we get things like this done, and then we can move on. Not on the slides, and I think that's pretty much all I've got. Just wanted to highlight a few things, in addition to the kind of restoration piece and the Lake Okeechobee piece. We got a little over 4 miles of beach restoration working to the tune of just under $2 million just in the county. So in addition to what we're doing with that, we continue working here and have a great relationship, and really just appreciate the partnership and the ability to come and talk to you and answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Colonel. If you don't mind, a couple of our commissioners have a question for you, sir.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Commissioner Valashay, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Colonel, how much do you assume for evaporation during the rainy season in total?
On the lake itself?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I want to say I would really seriously have to look.
That's inputted into your model.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I want to say it's close to. I want to say it's close to 70 billion gallons, but I would really have to look. I don't have that
All right.
number off the top of my head.
Okay. Just curious. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner McKinley.
Thank you. Colonel Kelly, welcome back to Palm Beach County in your new role. Start off with a compliment. I want to thank you for giving us Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Reynolds for so many years. She has been fantastic to work with. I look forward to her remaining my constituent upon her retirement on January 31st. And I want to thank you for Lieutenant Colonel Todd Polk. He has definitely jumped in. I know he's not here today because he had to give a different presentation, but he's also my constituent. So just keep them moving into my district. I appreciate that. Then they get to see firsthand the results of your work. Just a couple of questions. I'd also like to recognize former Pahokee Mayor J.P. Sasser is in the audience with us, and I know that he's worked hard on these issues for decades, and I saw that Palm Beach Mayor Gail Caniglio has joined us as well. So thank you both for being here. I would certainly love your input at some point during this conversation about how some of these changes may affect both of your areas from west to east. Just a couple of questions. There was an AP article that came out, I think, yesterday or the day before that sort of made its rounds in the news clip services across the state of Florida. Two disturbing points in that article. The first one, it talks about, of course, Everglades restoration is its primary focus, and it only recognizes or calls out upstream pollution sources coming from agricultural lands north of Everglades National Park. Just want to point out, most of that water is flowing into the lake from the north, starting in Orlando, right about where Disney and iDrive resides. And so when that water flows in 7 times faster than we're able to pump it out, it's a little unfair to say that the only source of pollution is agricultural lands in the EAA. So with that in mind, what sort of efforts is the Corps working on to reduce the amount of water that's flowing into the lake from the north and cleaning that water before it flows into the lake?
Yes, ma'am. Well, thanks. So the cleaning, so there is a piece of kind of water quality benefits that are achieved in the north, specifically in the study that I was talking about before, the Lake Okeechobee, the restoration just to the north of the lake. So there's a little bit of wetland benefit. There's a little bit of ancillary water quality benefit. We're finishing up the Kissimmee project, getting that thing finalized in terms of the last contract we're doing this year, and helping to, that does do a little bit of slowing the inputs, and by winding that river back around and providing a little bit of area there. But in terms of specifically doing water quality or cleaning water, I think those are more future and kind of state restoration strategies oriented. I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Well, your primary purpose historically has been flood protection and public safety, and I know there's a lot of pressure for you to take on more of those water quality issues. In my opinion, that's the state's responsibility. Are you seeing the Army Corps, from the national level, trying to change direction and putting more focus on water quality into your list of duties?
Well, ma'am, I think the big thing is, we're involved, right? So every time we make a decision to move water east, west, north, south, whatever direction we're doing, we are definitely doing that. It is a little bit of a challenge given the federal and state responsibilities, and we do work very diligently, especially with our water management district partners, to make sure that we get it right. But there certainly is a major concern over water quality as we develop the entire restoration program. So water quality is certainly a component of that. Given the nature of how we cost share things, we've been able to kind of work it out okay. As example, on the EAA, the South Florida Water Management District is about ready to get started with their stormwater treatment areas. That definitely is the water quality component to the EAA reservoir, as we will be diligently working on the pump station and the reservoir itself. So through that partnership, through that cost sharing, we are intimately involved, and it's a major component of how we deliver projects.
Okay, and when we talk about the what we've done, what we've seen this last season in terms of benefits, to interested parties, I really see a lot of those benefits, mostly to Lee County and to Martin and St. Lucie County. We were biting our nails coming into dry season here with watching those lake levels, and they were getting precariously low until the August rains came. I just want a commitment from you that, the water supply needs for the city of West Palm Beach and the town of Palm Beach and the backup water supply needs of Palm Beach County to be able to meet our consumptive use permits should a major storm hit this area. We've got to abide by all the interlocal agreements we have to be the backup water source. And without an adequate supply of water on that lake as our backup source, we could be putting this entire county in danger. On top of that, when we talk about shared adversity, which is what you hear from Congressman Mast most of the time, shared adversity is not closing off everything to the St. Lucie Canal and sending it out the C-51 into the Lake Worth Lagoon. So what sort of efforts or what sort of good feeling can you provide us today that the C-51 won't become the new ground for waters being released from the lake? The difference between the Caloosahatchee Estuary and the Indian River Lagoon up in Martin County is it has an immediate outlet into the ocean. We don't have that coming out the C-51. It gets stagnant there in the Lake Worth Lagoon. So what sort of efforts will you make to ensure that that doesn't happen, that we don't become the new discharge canal.
Yes, ma'am. Well, first and foremost, so the water supply issues this year certainly has been on our minds significantly lately. It's been challenging with a shortest dry season and the driest September, I think, on record. Both, I think, are true. It did get a little interesting towards the end of the wet season, and it ended a heck of a lot earlier than we expected. Right now, we are in a good position, and just using the chart real quick, I don't want to get too crazy. It looks like we're going to end up at about the same place we ended up last year. And last year, walking in to the far left, in January, we were under the conscious decision to do what we could to take it down lower. We are not in a position or a need to do that this year. We are at a position right now where we've seen significant benefit on the lake. We're walking in a little bit lower. I think we're in the 85th or 84th percentile, meaning that the entire history of record, about 15% of the time it's lower than this, 85% of the time it's about higher than this. So that bump you see kind of in the February, March timeframe, that's when we got aggressive. And we got aggressive by pushing more water to the St. Lucie and to the Caloosahatchee than they wanted. They were concerned at that time, and they didn't want any, and we gave them as much as we could without doing additional harm. We have no intention of doing that right now. The Caloosahatchee at this point in time is requesting more water from the lake, and as the salinities change in the Caloosahatchee, they're requesting more. I've been reluctant and don't anticipate providing more unless the lake changes. We're giving them about what it takes to keep them resilient through a period. So we're not pushing as much as we could and as much as being asked for. And so I think that's about where I can tell you that we have no intention of repeating last year's efforts in drawing the lake down any further. We certainly intend to kind of follow the schedule, and if statistics work, then we should be okay. And we will. My first order of business would be to slow the flow to the Caloosahatchee and hold as much as I can in the lake if that deems necessary. Right now, we haven't seen that. Fortunately, the kind of October to December timeframe, the lake held steady, so it didn't decline as much as it did, which has allowed me to keep some of the water flow, to keep the Caloosahatchee relatively okay. But anyway, in Losum, water supply is a huge priority. It's one of the main drivers for the authorization for Lake Okeechobee. It will remain a main driver, and that will go forward. Just want to assure you that the decision made last year was kind of a historical 3 years of ugliness with height of the lake and some of the activities, and so there was an opportunity to try to correct some of those things without doing additional harm. I think we did okay, but that is not a repetitive thing, and it's not an intent to continue to drive the lake to a lower level at the sacrifice of water supply. So water supply is certainly in our thoughts as we make these decisions every day.
Okay. I think that, in terms of going back to that AP report, in terms of upstream pollution, a little lesson in geography, that the lake is located north of the Everglades agricultural area. And although there was a historical practice of back pumping into the lake, that practice is really no longer taking place unless the Tri-Cities area starts to flood and the cities actually have to back pump. Are you seeing the same sort of trend? Are you seeing the agricultural industry back pumping into the lake these days?
No, ma'am. Okay. No, ma'am. Exactly as you said. We'll execute pumping in order for flood control in the cities. But no, ma'am.
Okay, any plans, well, I guess it's really a water quality issue, but is the Corps looking at any sort of research into dealing with the legacy pollution that's sitting on the bottom of Lake Okeechobee?
We certainly consider that. I mean, there's as you know, there's quite a few scientific groups that are involved in Everglades restoration that do continual reports. I mean, one of the things that always gets discussed is, you know, how do you fix that? You know, there's all kinds of thoughts out there in terms of mitigation and that, but it seems as if the state and the efforts are primarily surrounding reducing the loading versus actually, you know, doing something maybe mechanical on the lake. So we've got nothing started on that at this point.
Okay, let me go on real quick to the Herbert Hoover Dike and the completion in 2022. What is your role in helping us get FEMA to recertify the safety of that dike so I could potentially get the city of South Bay and all of its residents out of that mandatory flood insurance zone that they were recently placed in? Do you send a letter to FEMA letting them know you're complete, or how does that process work?
Yeah, I mean, I know. So our first order of business, which is about the same time that the rehabilitation is complete, we'll do a full dam safety analysis and certification. And I believe that certainly leads to documentation that goes to FEMA, and then I know FEMA does some additional mapping and then redoes the zones. But Tim, you can help.
Yes, ma'am. We work closely with FEMA as our efforts are completed. I mean, every day we get a little closer to completion of Herbert Hoover Dike. As we make any significant accomplishments, we inform FEMA, and then FEMA comes back with a list of questions. Have you run this model? Have you checked this? And we answer those questions. And when we finish in 2022, we'll do the same thing and close out, and then allowing FEMA to make the decision how they want to reclassify the flood zones for that particular area.
Okay, well, anything you can do to help us expedite that process would certainly be appreciated. Those residents are the least able to afford those flood insurance premiums that they're being forced to pay right now because the dike's not complete. You know, I had a few more questions. First, I want to thank you for recognizing Palm Beach County's partnership with the Army Corps in the Everglades restoration process. Publicly noted that means about approximately 130,000 acres of active agricultural production land has been taken out of production in those efforts. Most recently, Florida Crystals terminated their lease early to be able to start the work on the reservoir, so I appreciate you recognizing that partnership. I had some questions regarding the C-51 and the Mecca Reservoir and the Loxahatchee River restoration. That is our next agenda item. I hope that you can stay to hear those comments and perhaps take some questions on that issue when we bring that up in the next agenda item. And then the very last thing, Mayor, and then I'll stop here. That AP report said at the current funding levels, it will take another 65 years to complete Everglades restoration. What can we do to help you expedite that funding to be able to get that done sometime in my lifetime?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we have most recently kind of submitted what we call the integrated delivery schedule, and this year we've discussed, you know, what is the kind of fastest we could do it, and so we kind of took some of the funding constraints off of that list. So we're demonstrating, you know, close to $1 billion years between us and the state of Florida working through that. So our number, you know, at a constrained line, we were looking more like 57. We potentially moved that to the left, but I think the real trick is keeping the momentum moving. And getting things kind of across the finish line. As I mentioned earlier, you know, there's, I don't want to, trying to figure out a way to say it without being flippant, but these are challenging issues, and our partnership, I think, as already mentioned, has done wonders to get things over the finish line, and getting projects authorized that we know are necessary so that we can begin the design and kind of getting through that process. That's the trick, and certainly we've seen an interest and an increase. Barring if funding actually gets voted, and we work that through this year, then we'll be at a historic level for Everglades restoration. And my sense is that trend will continue given the amount of momentum and effort we've got going. So I think there's the ability to move it a little bit quicker. And it just really takes everyone continuing to talk about it, and forums like these where we can actually, highlight our partnerships and the momentum moving forward. But the trend is very, very positive in the next few years that we see, and I hope it stays that way.
Well, thank you for working with us to not only keep our local water bodies clean, but to help protect our public drinking water supply and allow our farmers to continue to put food on our table. Your job's not an easy one, and appreciate you taking the time to be here today, and we will continue to engage in conversation with you and Lieutenant Colonel Polk.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Colonel, very much for being here. Really appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to join us this morning and be able to talk to us. Couple of things, and I also would be remiss if I didn't also recognize the great partnership we have with South Florida Water Management District and with the Corps and the three entities and our municipalities all working together on a lot of these issues. One of the things, we've been working on Palm Beach County for a long time is the restoration of the Lake Worth Lagoon, and we've invested, at this point, probably over $100 million in helping to restore the lagoon. And with the support of South Florida Water Management, we're going to have our first ability to have testing, real, continuous testing of the water, both in the lagoon and the water coming in through the C-51 into the lagoon. So it'll give us some real science for that. And my question to you is asking for your support, hopefully flexibility to help us reduce those discharges going into the lagoon so that we can properly manage the water and the quality of the water in the lagoon and continue on our path of bringing it back to its original state.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I mean, the goal of the goal of the entire program, and certainly with the help of the studies I was referring to earlier in my presentation, that's the goal. The goal is to change the water pattern, moving back towards a more historical kind of focus, without discharging to tide across the board. And each one of those does a little bit better in trying to do that.
Right. So, the C-51 didn't exist, of course, so there was no water that was coming in that way. So the ability to be able to shut those flows off.
Commissioner, if I could add, the Corps of Engineers working through your Durham office has made great investments. Munyon, Peanut, John, Snook. We're looking at another Lake Worth Lagoon project. We do not want to see those investments lost either. Nothing's more humbling or irritating to see that you work Snook Island, you get seagrass recruitment, and then we release some water from C-51 and essentially decimate it all and it has to grow back. It's one step forward, two steps back. So I witnessed that myself personally. We definitely want to make progress towards balance.
That's great. It's great to hear that. And I know we're going to have a presentation on the Locks River upcoming, but in looking, we've had our local ideas and things that we've been promoting here, and appreciate the ability of the Corps to engage with us and look at those. And I hope we can continue as we move forward to continue to engage and look at what our local folks have been working on for many years and can take those into consideration as we're making our final decisions. Is that something we can count on from you?
So the conversation never stops. So we've got, the only time it kind of pauses is pretty close to now, where I'm finishing reports and getting things into authorization with a selected plan. As we move into the design phase, hoping for an authorization, we continue to refine as best we can, and we will continue an active dialogue to make sure that we get it right.
Yeah, I hope we can, as we move forward, you look at, some of these opportunities, and if they can produce a better result for less money, that we can be flexible with that.
Yes, sir.
That's great to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Weiss. Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Colonel, for your presentation. I'm relatively new to this dance, so I'm a little, I'm certainly deferring to the leadership of Commissioner McKinley. She certainly has taken the lead on a lot of these issues, but I had a couple of questions. I mean, back in June, it was scary looking at a lake height under 11 feet. Are we going to see that again? Are you saying that based upon what you did this year, that we shouldn't be looking at the same kind of a lake height next year?
Sir, what I can tell you is that there's no intention for us as a driver of decision-making, which I make. There's no intention for us to reduce the lake to that low of a level.
Is this being driven by the dike, or is this being driven by your concerns for the vegetation, or what's driving this? Because again, I'm looking at historical levels that were much, much higher and giving people a lot more comfort that there was, again, surplus water in case of that drought, which we know someday is coming again. And so if we were sitting here at 11 feet and then had no hurricane or had no rainy season, and we were staring at a lake that was maybe at 10 feet, 9 feet, we'd be at a completely different conversation today.
Yes, sir. So just to go back just a little bit, so last year's decision was predominantly about lake ecology and about excessively high lake levels for the previous years. We don't see that this year. Going into this year, we don't see a high level. We had a reprieve last year, so the lake got low. We helped fix some of the vegetation issues. Ideally, the lake is between kind of 12.5 and 15.5 feet. That's kind of like the ideal ecological. It balances kind of all the needs, and that's where the lake is kind of most comfortable. Again, routinely, every 6-7 years or so, it's healthy and natural for the lake to get lower, help some of that vegetation growth and things like that. So we helped nature do that last year. We are not in any attempt to do that going into the future, and we hope to see lake levels that are more comfortable for everyone.
So where do you foresee these levels going? I mean, I still have the agricultural community concerned about the spring and about the water levels then and about their ability to, have enough water. What is your projection based upon your maintenance of the lake levels? Where are we going to be in the spring?
Sir, it's pretty tough to say, and I typically stay away from too much prognostication. I can't predict the weather tomorrow versus the spring. But what I can tell you is, kind of when you look at those lines and you look at those trends, what we believe is we will be in a position in the spring that is above a water shortage concerned area. Right now, it's neutral. Excuse me. Right now, the long-term projections are neutral. There's no La Nina. There's no El Nino. So the best folks out there are saying that it'll be a statistically average time. There really is no statistic average. I mean, every year's unique and different. But what I can tell you is that we will make no action to make the lake lower than normal, because we think we got what we needed last year. So our kind of position right now is we're more concerned about holding water than releasing it.
So you're saying today then that even when the dike is completely repaired, you're not foreseeing that we're going to be back up to the 14 level again?
Completely different story, sir. So fast forward to 2022 when the dike is repaired. And that's what the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, the new manual that's going to dictate how we manage lake and the lake schedule. That will have done in 2022. There is significant concern about, how much the lake will be kept higher because now we have potentially more capacity. What happens is, obviously the rehabilitation will provide more safety and less risk because we've repaired the issues with the dike. That intuitively means that staring down a Hurricane Dorian with the lake a little higher, we would be more comfortable because there would be less risk. So it provides opportunities for potential, storage on the lake to more so than we've got to keep it because of the ongoing construction. But the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual and that public process will balance all of those needs and all the different requirements and the best use of water as we go forward. So we're measuring that, and it's as much about timing as it is about level. And so we're working models, we're working, the needs of all the stakeholders in the communities. Water storage is certainly a primary purpose of the lake, as well as flood control, water supply, some of the ecological benefits of that'll all be put in the mix, and we're gonna find kind of the best method, and we will be actively engaged for the next couple of years, continuing to return for public comment, continuing to engage in workshops and things like that to make sure we get it right.
Are the recreational needs also in that calculus?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that is the one thing we did see. I mean, I think I touted, some of the successes this year. The one thing that we did see, we did see some navigation issues, and we saw some recreational issues on the lake with some businesses feeling some adversity from lower levels, not being able to get the boats in, seeing some of that. But as I continue kind of a weekly dialogue. And engagements, that has certainly changed, and it seems to be doing pretty well right now, anecdotally from what I'm being told.
Thank you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weinroth. Commissioner Valashay, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colonel, I think you and Commissioner Weinroth have covered most of what I was going to ask about, but just to confirm, I know the major rationale that was given to us last spring for bringing the lake down below the Loers level was to benefit the aquatic vegetation. Empirically, do you have findings now, given that the wet season is over, that actually happened, that you've seen, regrowth of seagrass and, the various other flora that are on the lake bed?
Yes, sir. Predominantly, the one statistic I have now is that prior to last year, we had about 5,000 acres. Right now, we're looking at about 28,000. So we've seen significant growth. It's been up much higher than that in the past, but it'll take another. The scientists tell me it's about a 2-year process. A year gets it stabilized and gets it grown enough so that it can still receive some sunlight during the wet season, and by the second year you get a better sense of exactly how often or how stable that is. But 5 times growth is the level that we're talking about right now. For a little over 5,000 acres to 28,000 is what
And
we
then
saw.
Prospectively, your plan is to do this once every 5 years. Is that correct?
Again, it's less about a definitive schedule. I mean, most things that we do, we have to take opportunities that Mother Nature gives us. And so last year, we had that opportunity. Routinely, you know, when I look back at some of the reports and the scientific, you know, documents that talk about Lake Okeechobee, they say 5 to 7 years is about the routine. You know, if that's twice in 10 or 3 times, and you know, as you go, you kind of figure it out. But I don't anticipate. You know, I'm not going to make commitments on the system operating manual because we need all the engagement from stakeholders and scientists and all the modeling we got to run. But you know, I wouldn't expect that there would be a schedule that says, you know, on the 3rd year divisible by 7, we're going to draw it down to this point. You know, we'll work it within the opportunities we can, and then honestly, you know, it takes you know, our team, and my team was fantastic this past year in helping me work through some challenging issues to make some decisions, and you know, what we did last year, I know was not universally accepted, but I think we worked it okay, and I think going into this year, we're not continuing that same, we're not doing what we did last year. We don't need to, and we're in a different position than we do, so again, it's taking the opportunities as we see them, and helping deliver the best we can within the constraints that Mother Nature gives us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valashay. Thank you, Colonel. That concludes inquiry from the Board of County Commissioners. We're going to move now into public comment. We presently have 4 comment cards, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Bernard to call the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first person will be Mr. J.P. Sasser, followed by Mr. Tommy Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Sasser. You have 3 minutes, and you recognize, sir.
Good morning. It's kind of interesting. Last Saturday, there was a new art exhibit about the canal boats that brought the produce from the early 1900s over to West Palm Beach. So we've had that connection from the beginning of time. And then today we honored one of our longtime farm families from Pahokee. What I'm here today is Pahokee is literally the only city directly on the shores of Lake Okeechobee. And we have been trying to develop our marina since an embarrassingly long amount of time. The low lake levels, what people tend to forget, is the entire South Florida marine industry crosses Lake Okeechobee. So you've got a marine industry over on the East Coast and a marine industry on the West Coast that loses millions of dollars if the lake gets down too low. So it does affect us when we're trying to widen our economic engine out there. Now, and I really want somebody to answer this question for me, because there are a lot of self-proclaimed intelligent people that admit that 95% of the water that is entering Lake Okeechobee comes from the north, the Kissimmee River Basin, okay? So you've got a bathtub that's overflowing, and you're running around like chickens with your head cut off, mopping up the water on the bathroom floor, which is a pretty good description of our current water control program that we have. Nobody has thought of turning off the faucet that keeps filling the tub. And y'all brought up the fact that what are you doing to clean and store the water to the north? Doodly damn squat, okay? It still falls on us south of the lake. They wanted to blame us 100% for the problem. They want us to be 100% of the solution. That is not the case. And until we address the issue of where the water is coming from, we don't have to worry about sending it east or west or algae or all of that. Why is Central Florida's water problem our problem to clean up. They need to take their talk about shared adversity. They're getting away scot-free. Now, the last thing I want to say is Palm Beach County, the Army Corps of Engineers, the South Florida Water Management District, and the DEP worked beautifully as a team to help Pahokee get our marina up to where it is. So I know we have the capability of working together. We just need to recommit to doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. If you don't mind, I have a question from Commissioner McKinley.
Not a question, Mayor, just a comment. Mayor Sasser, thank you for those comments. And I did ask that question about the water coming in from the north, and it befuddles me. I haven't used that word since I was 5.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
That Orange County needs to be a bigger partner, and we don't see them engaged in a whole lot of conversations, not even at our 16-county coalition on Lake O. And then as far as the Pahokee Marina, the Florida Cabinet is meeting today to decide the fate of the leases for the Pahokee Marina, so hopefully we see something positive out of that. But thanks for being here.
Thank you. One last thing. Talking about restoration of the Kissimmee River, people don't realize that only a fraction of that can be restored because a whole bunch of Yankees are living in it now. And Dr. Paul Gray with the Audubon Society has a map of Florida at nighttime. Lake Okeechobee's black, the EAA south of Lake Okeechobee's black. There's this odd little finger coming down towards Lake Okeechobee that's the development that's causing all the trouble.
Right,
Thank you.
which is only going to get worse when Desiree Ranch develops. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Just 1 second.
Next person is going to be Mr. Tommy Stroud, followed by Mr. James Alderman.
Thank you very much. For the record, I'm Tommy Stroud. I'm the Executive Director and the District Engineer for the Lake Worth Drainage District. We're responsible for flood control and water supply for about half the population of Palm Beach County, including the communities between Boca and Okeechobee Boulevard and the farms that provide winter vegetables for much of the nation. I want to personally thank the Corps for being here. They've been a great partner to South Florida for 60 years. We need their participation, obviously, because the system that they constructed in the 50s, 60s, and 70s are the reason we're all living here today. It's important to understand Lake Worth Drainage District, we are not a water user. We don't consume water, but we use regional water to conserve and distribute to support groundwater levels in southeastern Palm Beach County. And the purpose of that is to prevent saltwater intrusion from moving into utility well fields and contaminating those well fields, making them unusable. As described historically, Lake Okeechobee is the liquid heart of South Florida, and as such, we rely on it as one of our sources of regional water in Palm Beach County, particularly during dry periods that we are in now, and we expect that to intensify as we go forward. We realize there are competing interests that the Corps and the Water Management District have to deal with. Our concern is that now that it's dry, we need to focus attention on water supply issues. Today's lake level is 13.07, and as the Colonel mentioned, in years where you have average rainfall, you can get through a dry season at that level. But if dry conditions like what we've seen here recently persist, Lake Okeechobee stages could drop to seriously low levels and potentially triggering water shortage. And that would impact both the water supply source for the lower East Coast, the ag areas south of the lake, and the ecology of Lake Okeechobee. So just today, a kind of cautionary note, the question remains, what are we going to do if we have deficit rainfall for the coming months that push the lake potentially in a point where we have a water shortage? There aren't a lot of options when you run out of water, so we need to start planning now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to have Mr. James Alderman, followed by Lisa Interlandi.
Good morning. My name is James Alderman. I'm a farmer in eastern Palm Beach County. I've been farming here about 45 years. I'm also on the board of Lake Worth Drainage District. Today, I would like to just represent my farm. We are in a very dangerous position as far as a drought coming forward in April, okay? Over the years, I've watched it a long time. If we're not sitting at 15.5 to 16.5 feet November 15th, we're going to have a drought. We had one in 2008, and it's very difficult to try to get somebody to give you water. For the Lake Worth Drainage District, which supplies, recharges all the well fields in Palm Beach County, every city, the county, everybody. So if you don't have any water, it's very difficult to try to find some water. One thing I'd like to say, you know, in business as a farmer, before you start the season, you figure out, well, I need to go see the banker, the fertilizer company, the seed company, all these suppliers, to make sure if something happens, you're covered. My question to you, Colonel, is what are we going to do to get water in April? Evapotranspiration, what I'm told from Tommy Stroud, is going to be about 3 feet between now and 1st of May. We're at 13.09 today. That puts us at 10 feet. The consumptive use permits, people drawing water out of the lake, are going to take up, I don't know, 1 foot, 2 feet. So it's obvious that the lake is going to be 9 feet. It's hard to guess, but we're not in a rainy period. The South Florida Water Management said we're in between a La Nina and El Nino, so we're not going to, chances are we're not going to get much rain this spring. And I don't want to ever try to predict the weather because it never happens the way you think it's going to happen, never. So I guess my question is, what is your backup plan for getting us some water come April?
Colonel, our custom is that there's not a dialogue between those testifying or giving comment to the board. Certainly, I want to take this opportunity to make sure we are as efficient as possible to get the information that we need. So if there, Commissioner McKinley, if you'd like to ask the question.
I'll go ahead and ask that question. What's the backup plan?
Yes, ma'am. So I think in terms of creating water in April, I can't do it. I mean, that's the fact. But I would suggest that last year we walked into the season almost at the same place we're walking in this year, and I made a consistent effort to reduce the water on the lake through releases. I have no intention of doing that this time, and our efforts are more on holding water rather than releasing it. So our posture is such to try to avoid all of the things that you're suggesting. I'm confident we can get through it.
Thank you.
Mr. Alderman, you have 21 seconds left as well if you'd like to finish any public comment.
There are alternative sources of water, and they're not politically correct. Lake Worth Drainage District has the ability to draw water from Conservation Area 1. But when it drops down below 14 feet, we're going to have a deviation. So the time now is to try to start planning for what may happen. If it doesn't happen, we'll get an attaboy, that's great. But we need to start planning on what we can possibly do to get Palm Beach County water if that lake drops to 8.5 or 9 feet. We need another plan. You got the C51 reservoir, you got the L8 reservoir, and Conservation Area 1. Those are the only 3 choices we have for water. Thank you.
Mr. Alderman, does that conclude the public comment?
I have one more. I
sorry.
have a question. Colonel Kelly, what happens, like, if you decide to change your mind, like next month? What notices would we get, the county or South Florida in terms of dealing with this war, if you decide to change your mind?
Yes, sir. And just to be clear, it's not we are constrained specifically by the schedule that we have, and the schedule we have was, several years worth of public and workshops and developing, which is why it's going to take us so long to get to the next schedule. So it's not as if I'm able to just kind of willy-nilly change my mind about things. We are within a standardized schedule, and so I'm kind of bound by that. but in terms of notices and things, I mean, so what I've been doing specifically since we were talking deviation is I do a weekly public call. I offer that to elected officials and then another one to the public on a weekly basis. I have just shifted away from that. You know, as recently as 2 weeks ago, we were getting about 1 or 2 folks on that call, and we've kind of gotten into a position where we're relatively steady and haven't done any significant changes in the last in the last about a month, where we're maintaining what we have. So I guess I'll commit to you absolutely that I will do everything I can to make sure that, first of all, I talk publicly about our posture going forward. I kind of gave you a preview, but I intend to put that out in writing before Christmas in the next couple of weeks that kind of articulate the where we are in our posture through the dry season. And if anything changes, I will be out in force to communicate that both through the press, through available phone calls, and then at public appearances, either with South Florida Water Management District or things like that. So again, you know, I think, you know, if something drives us to change the position, we'll be as open about that and what we're going to do about it as we can. And then just another thing to highlight is the things we are doing about storage. I mean, those 3 projects that we talked about add a significant level of storage, which adds a significant level of resiliency, which adds an ability to kind of temper the extremes. So having those projects authorized and constructed will enable us much better to manage the extremes and do what we need to do for restoration. So it'll have a significant impact across the board, not only on restoration, but on water supply.
But I think according to your slide 3, you do have the operational flexibility to change your mind if you decided to next month. Am I correct?
I have limited ability to change or move from the schedule. And as I did last year, that number one, I mean, the requirement is, you know, as a requirement of NEPA, I have to put that out. So that there's a public notice process. But regardless of that, it's you know, I think I'm pretty aggressive on engagements. So I'm on my website. I'm talking on a weekly basis, and I come to as many forums as I can to get the word out. So before anything changes, I will be out and discussing it openly as much as I can.
And one last follow-up. You said most likely around before Christmas you would put that in writing. Is it possible that you can send it out so in that way, you know, we would have it in writing?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. Vice Mayor Weinroth, you recognized.
Thank you. And again, forgive me if this sounds naive, but when we deal with an electric utility, obviously we have to worry about peak usage. So you can't just worry about your median. You always have to have your peak usage, otherwise you black out. Why aren't we setting our sights higher? Why aren't we putting these levels higher to put that insurance in there so that we're not having this discussion about what's going to happen with the evaporation, with the potential drought, and potentially pushing these numbers down so that our agricultural community can be rest easy that there's going to be enough water. So the Lake Worth drainage has enough water to push out to keep the wells with fresh water. Why are we playing so close to what is needed versus putting in an insurance level in here? I just don't understand.
Sure. I mean, so I guess the short answer is when you look at it from one perspective, you're absolutely right. I mean, if water supply was the only driver of the lake levels, we would absolutely keep it as high as we could. We would manage it at a level that was very, very high, and that every opportunity when it got to be a little bit dangerous for flood reasons, we would just blow it out to tide. And we would do that. but the lake is managed for multiple purposes, and we found that high-level releases to the estuaries are damaging to the estuaries, both the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie, and very high levels on the lake have a damage to the ecology of the lake itself. So we do try to manage that. The past 3 or 4 years, we've seen significant height on the lake and very high level flows, very high level water years. So again, the choice of going to where you suggested, why are we playing so close to the bottom this time around, is because we were playing so close to the top the other times. And I don't mean to sound like it's your turn, and I personally do not enjoy the shared adversity piece because I think our goal is really to maximize the opportunities. That it's not about divvying out adversity. It's about trying to do the best we can with the constraints we've got. So we are a little bit low. We are towards the bottom. I would be much more comfortable with the lake a little bit higher than it is. I mean, I was very, very concerned going into September. We saw the August to September rise. That was fantastic. We were like, this is great. We had enough time for the vegetation to kind of grow. We thought that was working great, and then all of a sudden September was the driest on record. That was unanticipated. But what we didn't see from October to December was the rate of decline. And so that was promising. We were in a position in September when I was doing kind of the weekly calls and the weekly concern. I was suggesting, that we were going to stop giving the water to the Caloosahatchee that they wanted. It was on a week-by-week basis that we struggled with when to stop. And as things happened, the lake has been relatively steady for a little while. That the line has been relatively flat. So that the longer that goes, the more comfortable we are. So yes, sir, completely agree. There is no attempt to keep it at the low level for long periods of time. It was a one-shot thing, and we're doing the best to hold on to it. But it's trying to keep all the different requirements for the lake in balance. And
It just
that's all I'm
seems that
trying to do.
the downside risk is much greater than the upside risk at this point.
And sir, the past few years, the coastal counties would suggest that the upside risk was very, very dangerous for them. And I feel it all. We're just trying to keep it right.
Thank you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weinroth. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Just one quick question. Are we at this time giving the Caloosahatchee more than what they need?
No, ma'am. The Caloosahatchee is asking for more water. I'm giving them 650 CFS. They're more comfortable at this point with about 1,000. They've been okay, but we are noticing that the salinity's rising a bit, but they're still in an okay range. I'm reluctant to reduce the flow to the Caloosahatchee, but that will be the first step if the lake levels appear to be going in a direction that's uncomfortable.
So the red tide algae blooms that they're starting to see between Collier County and, say, Sarasota County are not the result of high discharges to the Caloosahatchee from the lake?
Ma'am, we had many
You don't
months
have-
of no
you-
discharges to the west.
You don't have to answer that. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Ms. Interlandi, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Hey, thank you. Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. Thank you, Colonel Kelly, for coming, and team, we really appreciate the briefing, and Commissioner McKinley for setting that up. I think it's really great to hear about these projects and to hear from the Corps firsthand about their operations of the lake. And also thank you for reassuring everyone that Palm Beach County's water supply is a top priority for the Corps and protecting that. And also just recognizing that our environment has been on life support. Here in Palm Beach County, we have been very lucky. We have not experienced toxic algae blooms to any large degree. We have not had our water supply impacted in any way. We have been extremely lucky. Other local governments and other counties have not had that same experience. Our estuaries have been blown out on the East Coast and the West Coast consecutively in the past few years. Lake Okeechobee, the submerged vegetation had decreased to almost being non-existent with only 5,000 acres in the entire lake, which is one of the extremely lowest levels. And that in and of itself contributes also to increased proliferation of the algae because there's not vegetation to clean the water, and also the lake levels are so high. So thank you for recognizing that. And, I would just encourage the county to, while recognizing there is an increased risk, to accept that, because our environment is our economy here in Palm Beach County. And if lake operations negatively harm that, it's going to have a very negative impact going forward as well. So, and just talking about the Caloosahatchee, that river is kind of the lifeblood for Lee County. It's what drives their economy. And, really, it's kind of disappointing for me to hear that the Caloosahatchee River is getting cut back, because so actually there are water restrictions in place, but for one user. One entity is getting its water cut back, and that's the natural system on the Caloosahatchee River. And so, it just seems to me that there should be more parity when a river's getting its water supply needs reduced, because it has a significant impact. They've invested millions of dollars in planting submerged grass plugs so that they can grow in the river. They've done decades of work trying to do restoration on their river. And when the salinity gets too high, then that kills it. So their whole project is completely made ineffective by them getting their water levels cut off. So while every other water user is getting 100% of its needs met, one water user is not. So I would just urge everyone to take that into consideration going forward. Someone mentioned, what is the backup plan? Since the last drought, the Water Management District has gotten approval to put in temporary forward pumps in Lake Okeechobee. That can draw Lake Okeechobee down to even lower levels than has ever been contemplated in the past. Palm Beach County's water supply is much safer than I have heard expressed. So I think that there is a good opportunity for us to take advantage of the low levels, benefit the lake, and while protecting Palm Beach County's water supply. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't see any other lights indicating my colleagues don't have any further inquiry. So discussion on this item has closed, and if anyone has a motion to receive and file. We have a motion by Commissioner McKinley, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. No further discussion. All in favor, all opposed. That motion passes 7-0. Colonel, thank you for taking Commissioner McKinley's invitation here today to speak with us at such length. We deeply appreciate it. We do hope you'll stay around for agenda item 5A2 if you have time. But very briefly, while we transition to that, I'm going to pass the gavel to Commissioner Bernard and make a motion to reorder the agenda to bring up agenda item 5C1. I think that'll be a very quick agenda item, and we can get our police officers out of here. So that's my motion.
We have a motion by Mayor Kerner to reorder the agenda, second by Commissioner Berger. Seeing no further discussions, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. And we'll call County Engineer Mr. Ricks up. Does any commissioner wish to have a presentation on the license plate reader, agenda item 5C1?
So moved.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Weiss to move forward 5C1. No further discussion. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I believe that the Village of Wellington has already implemented this, and I would sure love a follow-up report after we approve this item about exactly how data from these license plate readers is stored and protected from public record. At some point, if we could just come back and have a report on that, or at least a memo sent to the board, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Certainly no problem with that, unless there's something you wanted to respond to now in a general sense.
No, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. We also have a representative from the Sheriff's Department, Detective Black, and also a representative from the town of Jupiter, Major Smith, if she wants some technical questions in terms of the data, in terms of how it's being used.
No, I think Commissioner McKinley would appreciate that follow-up report at some point in time, and I'll recognize now Commissioner Valashay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think I read in the backup that we sort of say that once we've granted the ability for people to plant these in our right-of-way, we have no control over what they do with the information they collect. Is that pretty accurate?
That is correct, sir. Sir,
That disturbs me a little because, I mean, I know the sheriff's acting with good intentions, et cetera, but could be a different sheriff, could be, you know, somebody that he shares it with. Do we have anything to prohibit him from sharing that data with third parties?
No, we do not. Our only defense or control over the permit holder is that if we do receive reports of
All right.
actions
So
that
are
we don't
Are
consider.
we granting this ability in perpetuity?
No, the permit is something that can always be withdrawn, which is
Okay,
where I
well,
was getting, if we get reports that there's an issue.
You know, I hope no trouble occurs, but if it does, I'd like to have a chance for future boards to look at this. In other words, you know, the question is a violation of privacy, you know, using the data just to track people rather than to find offenders. So I want to make sure we have very strong provision in there that this be looked at periodically.
Certainly, we can bring this back to the board, you know, after we've had the program going for a certain period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valche, and I'll just say from a personal point that the Florida, or the Federal Driver Data Protection Act has very strong protections in place. This information is shared by law enforcement agencies regardless of where these cameras are posted, and so I assume they would abide by those restrictions in any event. County Administrator Baker, you're recognized.
This is just to respond to Commissioner Valche. Once the policy has been developed, and we'll do that in conjunction with the county attorney's office, we can bring that policy back to the board. And then the board will know exactly what's included in that particular policy.
Thank you, and I certainly don't want to frustrate any comment or inquiry from the Board of County Commissioners by bringing this item up early, so please feel free to inquire. But having said that, there's a motion pending by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. No further comment. All in favor? All opposed? That item passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Clerk, the vote was 6-0. Thank you. Commissioner Bernard out of the room. All right, we're going to now move to agenda item 5A2. And this is regarding South Florida Water Management District and the proposed letter. Mr. Van Arnhem, you and your staff are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Colonel Kelly pointed out, the Army Corps of Engineers is expected to complete a Chief of Engineers report soon, and that Chief of Engineers report will be the basis for congressional authorization for the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project. We are bringing forward today a letter that we are requesting the board's approval for the mayor's signature on a letter to the Water Management District. South Florida Water Management District on December 12th will be considering a letter of support for the Loxahatchee River project, and we want to recommend to the board that we weigh in on that. We have had a number of presentations to the board. We've done some technical work, and with the chair's permission, I will hope you'll recognize Jeremy McBrien, our water resource manager, to provide the board a short presentation that frames the recommendation from staff.
We would certainly appreciate that. Thank you. You're recognized.
All right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. I think it's still morning. Nice hat, Commissioner McKinley. Well, nice to see that. So I wanted to provide some preliminary results of the technical work that this board authorized back in July. We've had a couple of months of some pretty technical modeling that's been ongoing, so I want to give you an update. But first, obviously, I want to give you a little bit more background to remind you where we've been. I think you heard from Colonel Kelly that this project has had a long history. It was originally designated, the Loxahatchee River was originally designated as a national wild and scenic river back in 1985. It was part of Everglades restoration, the plan that was approved in 2000, and then preliminary planning started soon after that, was put on hold, and then restarted back in 2016, and so that's where we're at today. We have a report that was drafted and released earlier this year. So just a reminder, though, the planning that started in 2016, it did involve a reduction in scope. So the project that we originally kind of thought was going to happen in North Palm Beach County has been reduced to primarily focus on the river. And so some of those benefits that we were anticipating to occur for Lake Worth Lagoon, flood control in Western Palm Beach County, and some water supply benefits are not part of the current plan as we see it. So just a slide, you've seen this before, a reminder of the current plan that the Army Corps has put together. And wanted to just point out some of the key features again. It involves a above-ground storage reservoir on the Mecca site and associated aquifer storage and recovery wells located nearby. And it involves, this project totally includes about 27,000 acres of wetland restoration. The cost is just under $500 million. And the design and construction timeline about 9 to 15 years. Here are some of the features, mostly the wetland restoration benefits. There's quite a bit of benefits up in Martin County. Mostly those are result of some ditch plugs and some changes to the canal systems up there. Again, I mentioned the Mecca Reservoir and the ASR wells. Those were to assist in storing water when it's in excess and then providing water to Loxahatchee Slough and River during drier times. And then there's some other structures to reduce some over drainage of Loxahatchee Slough and help manage flows to the river. So the county conducted a pretty comprehensive review, and this slide again you've seen before, but it outlines some of the concerns from the county as well as some of the key stakeholder concerns that I've heard over the past couple of months. And you know, a couple of those things involve the height and size of the Mecca Reservoir. The embankment size is currently planned to be about 20 feet to store between 8 and 9 feet of water. So, as a reminder, in April, you approved a motion to continue to support efforts to restore the river, but also to communicate some of our concerns, which we did in a submittal in May of 2019. And then your motion also expressed interest in collaborating with both the Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District in looking at additional alternatives, alternative water storage features. So then following in July, you approved hiring a consultant to help us do some of the technical work, to look at some alternative options to enable that collaboration. So, quick summary of the objectives of the what we're calling the local initiative and Mecca site evaluation. Again, to help us enable some additional collaboration by providing some additional technical work, and then have some tools available to us to do some additional planning in the future if needed. And really, we were hoping that, like I mentioned, the project had been decreased in scope, and so we also wanted to take this opportunity to look at the potential for other storage options to see what additional benefits that could occur that maybe weren't being addressed by the Loxahatchee project that the Army Corps was pursuing. So some of those benefits of Lake Worth Lagoon that I mentioned earlier, as well as water supply and flood control. So the consultant convened a technical workshop, brought in a variety of local experts that have been working in and around the Loxahatchee River restoration for many years, and really brainstormed some potential concepts, things that we've been talking about for a long time here in the county, and really spent some time figuring out what we could accomplish in the time frame that we had and the budget that we had, and ended up narrowing down some of those initial lists of concepts into those here shown in green. And so our focus again was to look at Mecca as a more natural flowway or storage area, and then look at some additional storage components on what we call the GL Homes tract, as well as looking at the C51 reservoir, potentially in some smaller increments than was looked at by the Army Corps. And we were again interested in capturing some of the excess runoff in that area. And then also what we did is just to put aside the technical issues and maybe some questions we had on the aquifer storage and recovery. We just sort of parked that. And so we didn't assume any aquifer storage and recovery wells in the work that we did with the consultant. Okay, so where we landed was 3 alternatives called PB 1, 2, and 3. And you can see all three, like I mentioned, assume a mecca at a more natural state. This is water depths ranging between 1 and 2 feet. And then what I have is alternative 1, I focused on what I call the GL Indian Trail Improvement District Integrated Impoundment. Alternative 2 was where we solely looked at C51 reservoir as a storage element. And then alternative 3 was kind of a hybrid. It was kind of smaller versions of both of those previous increments, but just 2 of them just to see if there was any benefit or utility to having them both. As I mentioned before, these alternatives all have the ability to capture some excess water in the L8 basin region. And as I mentioned, they do not include ASR wells, and as you can see, they do not include Mecca as a deep storage reservoir, which the Army Corps plan did. So I have a slide with some preliminary results, but first I wanted to kind of just mention that our goal is not to today to select an alternative. I just wanted to basically provide these results so you kind of get a sense that there is some feasibility of alternative options, and they're viable, and that they have some costs and performance that are pretty close or within the ranges of what we're talking about from the Army Corps of Engineers plan. Keep in mind we've spent about 3 or 4 months doing this work. Army Corps spent 3 to 4 years, so I'm confident that we could probably spend some more time maybe tweaking some things and maybe getting better performance depending on how we implement some of the operational rules. So, but I think looking at these numbers, it gave me a good sense that some of these options are viable if we wanted to explore them. So what I did is we have a couple performance measures and then costs at the bottom, and I broke up Loxahatchee River performance in the dry season and the wet season. You can see wet season targets where about 100% of the time achieving the targets. Dry season targets, all the alternatives are around 88%. That's in comparison to a 91% achievement in the Army Corps plan. And then we're always, we're showing no minimum flow and level exceedances. That's sort of a base level target to minimize harm to the river. So we're consistent with the Army Corps' plan there. And then the benefit to some of our alternatives, again, like I mentioned, is we're now having storage in a location that's able to capture L8 excess runoff that the Mecca storage reservoir is not able to do. And so you can see the differences in the volume that's provided by the 3 alternatives. And then I went ahead and used very similar methodology that the Army Corps' plan did as far as developing costs, and put together some costs that should be comparable to the Army Corps' methods. And so that's what you see on the bottom line. So again, we're ranging from 450 to 500 million for all 3 alternatives. And as a reminder, the Corps' plan is around 470 million. So that takes us to the staff recommendation to basically authorize a letter to be sent to the district recommending that they continue to support this project, but also work with us, collaborate with us to continue to explore these options and see if there is either some other opportunities that we can embark on together. And so what you, I think, also have in your package is a letter from Drew Bartlett that he communicated to us last week that is supporting that approach. And we've met with him a few times over the past couple months, and so I think we're at a good place with the Water Management District if that's the approach that we decide. And so that concludes my comments today.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Do we have any questions from the member of the board? Commissioner Valashay, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 2 questions. I'm just curious. I know that it's in statute that the L8 reservoir water is mandated to go south. Does that also apply to the basin, as you say on page 11? Can we actually reroute that towards the Loxahatchee?
So the Everglades plan assumed that that water would be directed to the river, the LA basin runoff that we're talking about. As of today, it primarily gets sent either to the Everglades stormwater treatment areas and mixed to the Everglades, or it gets sent to Lake Worth Lagoon.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that was the plan, was to redirect that water north. So now, since the current core plan is going to focus on a storage reservoir in Mecca, it's really focusing on a different chunk of water in the region. And so it's really, I think, up to us as stakeholders in the state to decide what's the next step for that water that's now not being addressed in the Lock Statute Plan. And so whether it becomes another federal project or whether it becomes a state local project, I think that's our next question.
Okay, and I also had a question about ASRs. I believe that I've heard over the last several years that they're not as efficient as people thought they'd be. And what is the water that's coming back up? Does that go through RO? Is that the main filtering process?
I don't think it's going to be RO. I think there's definitely the water that's both injected into aquifer storage and recovery and returned to surface water has to be treated. It has to be treated to drinking water standards before it's injected. And then when it comes up, and if it's released into a surface water body, it'll have to meet surface water standards.
And these wells are performing according to that?
Yeah, so that's been one issue, I think, in this area. I think there's some uncertainty on performance. And so the planning, I think, in this, that the Corps of Engineers did assume about a 70% recovery. I think some stakeholders have expressed concern that that may be a little bit high based on other wells in the area. But I will say, there's wells, ASR wells north of the lake that are 95%. So again, it depends on where you are, what the geological formation is, that you're at, and having the data to help inform that. So I would say there's some uncertainty, and I think we've raised that in our comments about ASR performance.
Okay.
And so that was one of the reasons, I think, too, why we kind of parked that issue in our alternatives. Just wanted to kind of put that to the side. This is our surface water only kind of alternative.
Okay.
And then if we wanted to add ASR, we could look at that again, or
okay.
come back
Thank
to
you.
it. You bet.
Thank you, Commissioner Balashay. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Thank you. A couple of questions on your chart on page 11 of the slides. When you talk about integrated GL ITID impoundment, just in case any of the ITID Board of Supervisors are watching this meeting right now, are you talking about taking the 640 acres that GL gave to ITID, or are you talking about a different tract of land?
Yeah, so what we wanted to do is we wanted to leverage those facilities that we know are either in the planning stages or are supported by Indian Trails. They want a surface water reservoir there to achieve some of their flood control needs. And so we felt, well, let's bolt on some additional storage right next to them on this other land that potentially could be available. And so we want to integrate them and hopefully accomplish some of their goals that they want out of that facility, and also achieve some of the goals that we're looking at.
Okay.
And so it's a
So in that
integrated facility.
partnership, would we be partnering with them on funding the improvements on that 640 acres as well, if you were to combine two tracts of land?
Yeah, so what I did, that's good question. So what I did in my cost assumptions is I assumed that the land would be no cost, but I assumed construction dollars to build a reservoir, basically, and assuming that we would either have to improve their current impoundment to a level that would achieve the goals for us, and also basically to the costs that I have basically include building their impoundment that they have sort of plans to build.
Okay.
So it's full construction costs assumptions, but assuming land would be no cost.
So your cost estimates on
I'm sorry,
all
land on the ITID acreage.
Okay, but your cost assessments on the other three alternatives, do they include the value of the land?
So the C51 alternative, so that's number 2. The cost information that I obtained is a all-in cost. So it's design, construction, land, everything, permitting. So that, in theory, also includes the land for the C51 reservoir, yes.
Okay, does it include the value of the land for Mecca? Because when I met with Drew Bartlett and we went out there, we toured the whole site, he said one of the reasons the cost estimates are so high with the Army Corps project is because it incorporates the value of the land in that cost, even though they don't have to pay for it because it's already in public ownership. So are these estimates including the value of the land, even though there really would be no land for us to potentially have to buy?
Yes, so I could provide you an apples-to-apples comparison between the Army Corps' total project, that everything is in there. Mecca land costs are there. They're around 28 million, I think, in both our 3 alternatives and the Corps' alternative. So yes, they're including those lands.
Okay, so if
the land
you were,
and the costs associated with those.
what would the actual cost of construction and permitting be if you were to subtract out the land value? Because I thought one of the benefits of looking at local options was a significant reduction in the cost to be able to do this project.
Right. So if so now I'm just trying to give you some pure construction estimates for the 3 storage features, and they are right around 200 million for all 3 features. They're, plus or minus depending on each of them, but they're within the ballpark of the Mecca impoundment. So there's not, I'm not seeing in the information that I have and the cost estimates that I might be able to put together, I'm not seeing a significant, reduction in costs. Again, we're including 30 to 40% contingency, similar to what the Army Corps of Engineers cost approach assumed.
Okay. But what you are assuming is significant benefit to more water bodies than just the Loxahatchee River. If you are able to store some of that water and reduce the discharges going into the Lake Worth Lagoon.
Right. So you can see, performance-wise, we're really close to meeting some of the river targets. Like I said, we could probably get there if we had a little bit more time to model. But right, then we're adding on some benefits to Lake Worth Lagoon because we're able to absorb some of that water that's going to the lagoon in undesirable nature now. We're also, again, we're building or assuming the construction of a project that would achieve some of the flood control needs in that area. And then we're probably, by delivering water from that location through northern Palm Beach County, you're actually then recharging the superficial aquifer system that you're probably also providing some sort of ancillary water supply benefits to the region as well. That wouldn't be occurring in the Army Corps project just because of the location of their storage facility.
Okay. And Lord knows I'd rather see GL build their homes in other parts of the county, so that's a personal benefit to my district. And then the last question I have, actually, I shouldn't say that because I always come up with more questions. The letter dated November 25th from Mr. Bartlett in the Water Management District promising continued conversations with us. How likely would it be? I mean, I certainly appreciate the tone of the letter and the outstretched hand on this, but once they go to Congress and they get, authorization on a project, how likely is it that we can use the word of the day, deviate from that authorization by, at a later date, trying to get them to support one of these 3 alternatives?
Yeah, so obviously it's hard to predict the future, but I think just looking back at the history, there have been quite a number of projects that have resulted in change over time. I think some things that get assumed and modeled and designed, and then 5 years later, everyone kind of rethinks about it and decides to do something different. So it's definitely happened. There's still some projects that don't have what's called a project partnership agreement, where it's actually the formal agreement between the Army Corps and the Water Management District, sort of setting up the rules of project implementation and the timing and the sequencing. And so there's still some projects that have been authorized for a decade that still have some of that activity that needs to be done. So I think there's definitely a track record for making changes. Again, I think we need to come, I think stakeholders, we're going to need to come with a good story on why to make that change, whether it's the county taking that lead or the Water Management District. Obviously, as a local sponsor, they're going to have to be a big part of that decision process. So I think we're a couple years away from probably that, if it happens. But it seems like the best option is to pursue and see authorization occur.
Okay.
And then spend some time collaborating with the district and the Corps and seeing what else we can learn and what other projects could occur, and then decide in a
Okay.
couple years what.
So you're comfortable with the district moving forward with their request to Congress and the Army Corps to authorize this project, and that we can still work together to try to promote one?
It feels like our best option. Yeah, I mean, it feels like our best option right now. It didn't appear that, as the Colonel said, they want to land this project. The district wants to land this project in March, and they want to get to that next step.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it feels like it's the county's best interest at this point.
Okay, and so, are you looking for us to make a recommendation today? Good Lord. On whether or not to approve item PB1, PB2, or PB3?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, no. It was just sort of an informational gathering, and just wanted to kind of at least provide you the information that there are other feasible options that I think are worth considering in the future that we should continue to think about and work together on. But I don't need any decisions on a particular alternative right now. You know, again, these are very preliminary results. We were still doing modeling Thanksgiving week, kind of learning some complexities of the model, you know, that week, things that we didn't know about, you know, a month ago. So, you know, I think we got pretty good results. I think, again, they're in the ballpark, both from performance and cost. But yeah, I don't need a decision on an alternative. Just a motion on transmitting the letter with the mayor's signature to the Water Management District that I think you have a draft copy of in your package as well.
Okay, because as I look at this, I think that the third alternative probably helps the greatest variety of water bodies, even though it's at a slightly higher cost. So I would probably support that one. And thank you for bringing this presentation to us today, and I certainly appreciate the Colonel being here to hear that. One question, the state, one of the reasons the Herbert Hoover Dike was expedited is because the state offered up some dollars to offset the cost of that to be able to expedite it. Are we in a position here where we could appropriate dollars at the state and the local level, or at the district and the local level, to try to encourage them to support one of these alternatives rather than the above-ground reservoir?
Yes.
And would a potential bond referendum be a source of revenue to be able to provide those dollars?
I wouldn't see why not.
Okay. Yeah. Just something to consider, Mayor Kerner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. I don't see any other lights on, so I think that concludes inquiry from the board. At this point, we do have 4 speaking cards. Commissioner Bernard, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The first person will be former Commissioner Jeff Coons, followed by something Howard.
I want to thank the commissioners for this water, and I want to thank the Colonel also for coming, and just want to remind him that the water you drink in this building comes from the parking lots of Disney World. Down the Kissimmee River, down to Lake Okeechobee, through the L8, come to the West Palm Beach surface water system. And I just want to correct one speaker. We did have water quality problems here in 17 and 18. West Palm Beach cannot take any algae into it. So we did have water problems, and that's one of the big issues, is we want to be able to get good water, high-quality water, into the drinking systems of West Palm Beach, which is the recharge of the Loxahatchee River. So I want to thank Jeremy for his presentation. We have to think bigger on these water systems. We have to think about 300,000 acres of water systems we can use. You can talk about changes that the Army Corps made. We got the L8 that we prioritized, 46,000 acre feet of water. It got taken away from us. It got repurposed. So we had all these solutions in place, and it got taken away. And then the Army Corps process, I gave the Colonel a copy of a letter we did of our 20 years history, 3 pages long of the process we've been going through. The process has not served us well. So we have to proverbially think globally and act locally. We have the best water in the district, and we blow it into a lagoon that doesn't want it. We own 100,000 acres of natural areas that are natural storage, and we could use those systems. And by the way, they're flowing the right way. They go east and then they swing north. And we have the Lake Worth Drainage District that can take surplus water, use it to protect their water systems, and send it down to Miami-Dade and Broward. So we really have to think locally and execute our own stuff. The C-51 basin, the county has made huge improvements in terms of stormwater improvements, in terms of local developments. We have no idea how much more capacity is built in that we could use this water. We have to capture the water that falls on us. The lake levels they're going to put on in 2020, we are seriously at risk, so we have to capture the water in our basins and use that water. That's really the issue we can face. How do we capture the water in our basins and use that water? And those lower lake levels are going to dramatically affect us. We're going to be in a drought in March, thank God, because we can really focus. And then we're going to go to the voters in August and come up with the solutions of what we could do for ourselves. And we're not going to get any state money east of this lake, Commissioner. It's got to go south of the lake. We've been going to get money from the legislature. They jack it south of the lake for the reservoir because that's what the Everglades Foundation wants the money to go. We don't get any water east. I mean, we get a little bit of money, stuff like this, $100,000 for the lagoon, $80 million for the river, stuff like this. We have to come up with our own solutions for our own water, and we have to think bigger on these water systems. We have to be inclusive. And if we keep the water table high, salt water stays away. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner Coons.
After Mr. Howard, we're going to have Mr. Scott Kelly.
Good morning. Bud Howard with the Loxahatchee River District. Unfortunately, Aubrey Arrington, our executive director, couldn't be here with you today, but I come to you on behalf of our board and many of the constituents. We appreciate all the hard work that Palm Beach County has done in support of helping to protect the Loxahatchee River. The natural area systems up there, I think, are second to none. It's beautiful up there. So we urge you to take your staff's recommendation and help this project proceed. I think there's a true spirit of collaboration here with the Corps, the Water Management District. I think I come to you on behalf of many stakeholders to try to keep this important project moving forward. So again, I appreciate your efforts and hard work, and we hope that we can keep this process moving forward. Adaptive management is a key term that's used in a lot of the work that all these different agencies do, and I think there's opportunities to be able to keep things moving and adjust things as necessary to meet all the needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McKinley, recognized.
Thank you. Just one comment, sir. Mr. Arrington is the only Palm Beach County person on the Water Management District's new advisory committee. Not one person from the county was put on that. So we really hope that he will be the voice and support of any alternative we might push forward. We're going to need his support on that. Thanks.
After Mr. Scott Kelly, the last person will be Lisa Interlandi.
Good morning. My name is Scott Kelly, and I am the Assistant City Administrator for West Palm Beach in charge of infrastructure. And first, again, I want to reiterate and thanking everybody, particularly Colonel Kelly, for all his hard work and openness today in regard to the issues that we're facing here. I also want to thank the county, though, because the county has shown great leadership in regard to this, the Loxahatchee restoration efforts, and I really do applaud them. We too, with West Palm Beach, we're going to advance to our commission a request to authorize a letter from West Palm Beach, very similar to what you all have before you today. However, ours is going to go a little bit further because we really want to strongly urge the Colonel to include in his chief's report that there would be flexibility in that. So we want to set the stage today, not wait for 2 years from now. We think it's a better, more motivating option to start out right from the start with the understanding that there would be flexibility to include these additional restoration features, which we think are smart. We think they'll be more effective and less cost. So we really have a vested interest as West Palm Beach. We have a real commitment to the Loxahatchee River. We voluntarily entered an agreement a number of years ago to provide water supply to the Loxahatchee River, and we do that out of Grassy Waters Preserve. So it is really, we have a real vested interest to make sure that this is done properly. So with that said, again, I would just encourage that we take a more aggressive stand in regard to requesting that the Corps include specific language in their chief's report that would provide for flexibility, consideration of flexibility as this process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the last person will be Lisa Interlandi.
Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center, and I'm also on the board and speaking on behalf of Sustainable Palm Beach County. I want to thank you all for taking the action that you have to bring these alternatives forward. I mean, I think that has been really tremendous because Palm Beach County is not just raising concerns. I think that raising solutions is going to help us make this project adapt to address the concerns that we have for our local environment. So, it's been a really important effort. It has helped to recapture some of the benefits. What the county's proposing would recapture some of those benefits that were lost when the project scope of the Loxahatchee River project was kind of tightened up as this last go around. I think that is really a huge benefit for the Lake Worth Lagoon, and we could really achieve some great results there. I hope that the Corps will continue to work with stakeholders during the design phase of the project and help us to refine the plan. I agree with the previous speaker, to the extent that the chief's report can provide some room, to kind of recognize these concerns and to allow them to be addressed at a later date. I think that would be really helpful. We're certainly not interested in complicating the authorization process for this project, but we do want to have the opportunity to do some adaptation if that does prove to be feasible, as it looks like it will. And just to answer some questions, the Corps does have a process for dealing with changes. It's not always the easiest and most simple, but we just did go through it for the EAA Reservoir project and modifying the Central Everglades plan to include a reservoir in the Everglades agricultural area. So certainly there is some history there and some opportunity there. So we absolutely support this effort. I think that the results are really positive. I'm really pleased to see that they are coming in within the range of the existing recommended plan, while also significantly increasing the benefits to Lake Worth Lagoon and also providing the ancillary water supply benefits. I think that's fantastic. It'll certainly also increase the wetland, the wetland restoration, the benefits to our environment and ecology for all that additional area of wetland creation. That's absolutely tremendous, and thank you so much, Jeremy. I mean, you did a really great job in leading that effort, so we are very, very appreciative of that. So thank you all so much. We stand in support of the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
I had one question for you, Jeremy. Incorporating an ability to reduce discharges to the Lake Worth Lagoon, would that help meet the judicial mandate that was given to the state when they repurposed the L8 reservoir?
Yeah, in my view, yes. I don't think it would accomplish all of what's still required, but yes, it would go a long way.
It would go, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move approval to authorize the mayor's signature on a letter to the Water Management District and adding, making sure in that letter, our request to provide that flexibility language in the chief's report moving forward.
That reference to the flexibility in the chief's report is the only amendment to what's otherwise listed in the agenda text. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McKinley, second by Commissioner Balashay. Commissioner Bernard, you recognizing comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for you, Jeremy. With the two alternatives between PB1 and PB2, which one is like an above ground versus, below ground? And what are the advantages or disadvantages with both of them, please?
Yeah, so PB1 is the above ground. In our plan, we're assuming about a maximum water depth of about 5 feet, and this is over about a 3,000 acre area. So like I mentioned when Commissioner McKinley was asking, there's some lands that would be Indian Trail Improvement District impoundments, some lands that are currently in ownership by GL Homes. And so that would be, again, 5-foot max water depth. You're kind of in the average of 2 to 3 feet. In my view, that's something that you could have a community amenity. There can be recreational opportunities there. You can have boardwalks, walking, biking. It's something quite different than a 10-foot deep reservoir, which maybe have limited recreational opportunities. So that was kind of my vision of something to get at something at a water level that has some of those features. So that's alternative 1. And then alternative 2 is solely the C51 reservoir.
Can we put those up back on the screen?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's got it. Or just need to go back. Yeah.
Thank you.
You want the performance, right?
That's
Yes.
right there.
Right, yeah. So, right, so I just finished talking about alternative 1, that was the above ground. And then alternative 2, or PB2, is the C51 reservoir. And so my understanding is it's predominantly below ground in the former mining pits, but I think they'll do some improvements along the embankments so that, it's sort of there's probably a couple feet of water that would be, I guess, officially above grade, above normal ground elevation, but, 90% of the water is stored below ground, is my understanding.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeremy, I want to thank you, for this presentation and the work that you've done. It started out a few months ago, and there's a big effort that went into this, and you were able to get this done and do that. I also want to, again, thank Colonel Kelly for being here and staying here to listen to some of these ideas and concerns, and I really appreciate that, and also South Florida Water Management District for being here as well. And the partnership as we move forward. And I look forward to supporting this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. I don't see any other lights, so we have a motion pending by Commissioner McKinley, seconded by Commissioner Balashay. No further discussion. All in favor? All opposed? That item passes 7-0. Let me just say in closing, Colonel, thank you again for your time and attention today in confluence with a very robust policy conversation. I hope that you recognize a common theme, which is we deeply respect our relationship with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and our other federal partners. At this time, my assumption is we want to roll through this agenda. Very good. So we're going to thank you, everyone, Mr. Van Arnhem, Mr. Rudder, Jeremy, everyone, council. We're going to move on into the agenda at this point. And we'll take up item 5B1, Tourist Development Council. And this is going to be comments on a report commissioned by the Palm Beach County Sports Commission. And Mr. Jurgensen, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, Glenn Jurgensen, Tourist Development Council. I have with myself George Lindley, who is the Executive Director of the Palm Beach County Sports Commission. And we just wanted to give you a quick highlight. This is absolutely something we are required to do by the state of Florida on the spring training economic impact. Because we have an investment in the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, we are required every year to actually do an economic impact study on spring training. And we thought we'd bring some of the highlights of that impact to you. And then also George is going to comment on some additional items beyond spring training that we do at the ballpark of the Palm Beaches and also Roger Dean. So a couple of the highlights, certainly $70 million is our economic impact for spring training annually here in Palm Beach County. That is the 4 teams, that is the 2 stadiums. We are the only county in Florida with 2 stadiums of 2 teams each, the only county that resides. Certainly on the economic impact of just the out-of-county visitors coming into the county, it is $51 million annually. That is the visitation that comes in from all over the country. Addition to that, we have on top of that about $20 million of economic impact from the teams alone. This is when the teams come in, the pre-play, the pre-activities they do, and this is an 8-week time period, really, that spring training resides in Palm Beach County, with some weeks on the front and the rear. Attendees to the games, 270,000 attendees coming into Palm Beach County, and these are both local and out-of-county fans. And I'm going to fly through these fairly quickly. 4,670 individuals per game is what we're seeing in this economic impact study. So we are able to, with these 4 teams, certainly have a diverse activity of spring training between all the teams in the Grapefruit League across Florida. The out-of-county visitation, we are generating about 53,800 room nights. Those are in our hotels, certainly North County and Central County, and I'm sure some even stay in South County. It is a driver that we monitor very closely to make sure that room night generation, which is the source of bed tax collections, is very important to us. The economic impact by team, the St. Louis Cardinals, $23 million is the estimated economic impact for the Cardinals up at the Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium. The Miami Marlins, a little lower, little over $9 million. A lot of the activity, travelers for certainly the Marlins, will come up from Miami, more of a day trip, and spend time with us, so we do not see the full economic impact for the Marlins that we would on the other teams. Houston Astros, certainly last year's World Series champions, $19 million of economic impact. And then the Washington Nationals, this year's world champions, about 18.2 economic impact for certainly for Palm Beach County. And just a little bit of information on the attendee breakdown itself. We're looking at the out-of-county visitors. About 39% of the visitation that comes in is from out-of-state visitors. Visitors from the Florida counties are actually about 46%, and then Palm Beach County locals about, 46% of the Palm Beach County locals, and visitors from outside of Florida, the other Florida counties, about 39%. Always helps to have your glasses on. The next item is just to see where those visitors are coming from, mostly certainly the eastern part of the U.S., from St. Louis over, certainly. So 60% of our visitors do drive here, and they probably spend a little bit more time, so they have their own cars and they're able to be with us a little bit longer. And 40% of those visitors do travel by air. On the out-of-county spending, about $31 million is made up of certainly all across the board the economic impact. Our restaurants, accommodations, entertainment, and transportation are all impacted by our spring training. And the reason they come here is for MLB spring training. The visitors that we actually are going after, looking at, monitoring their activities. They also come to visit friends and family. Some are on business trips. But I think the other major component of what they do when they're not at spring training games is certainly they enjoy our beaches. So that is one reason why our Tourist Development Council dollars actually go into beach renourishment also, because it is one of our major activities that our visitors say they do when they come to Palm Beach County. And the visitor satisfaction, they say they will definitely return. 75% of them say they will definitely return. They had a great experience while in Palm Beach County. And then I'm going to ask George to comment on when spring training ends. Certainly the stadiums do not go dark. We do a lot of activity over at both Roger Dean and at the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, and I'll let George talk to those.
Yes, thank you, Glenn. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to present the economic impact of baseball, spring training baseball on the Palm Beaches. And I think it's undeniable that Palm Beach County is the spring training baseball capital of Florida. For almost 20 years, Roger Dean Stadium was the only two-team complex that existed in the state. Now there's 2 of those complexes, both right here in Palm Beach County. So when you consider that 4 of the 15 teams that compete in Florida's Grapefruit League are playing baseball right here in this county, that's why we're the spring training baseball capital. And just to add on to a little bit more of our dominance in baseball, 20 out of the 1.4 million attendees that enjoyed spring training baseball in Florida, 20%, 1 out of every 5, were enjoying it right here in Palm Beach County, and 25% of all spring training games took place in this county. So we are the top of the food chain when it comes to baseball. And it doesn't stop. When Major League Baseball spring training concludes and the big leaguers depart to begin the regular season. And this is where our Sports Commission can absolutely come in and help create greater and further sports tourism through the spring training facilities. We are hosting some of the nation's largest amateur baseball tournaments by far. And each facility has 13 diamonds, 12 practice diamonds and a stadium. So that allows us to have 26 diamonds in close proximity. And because of that, we are hosting the nation's, like I said, largest amateur baseball tournaments, and some of the best brands in baseball, like USA Baseball, which is the national governing body for the sport. It's now that baseball's back in the Olympics, it's the Olympic governing body. Brands like Perfect Game, like Prospect Select Baseball. We hosted one of the top 5 largest high school baseball showcases on the globe right here in Palm Beach County because of the spring training facilities. And when you think about, we talk about the 4 teams, Major League Baseball teams, well, we had over about 1,000 youth baseball teams come through the Palm Beaches because of our baseball landscape. 1,000 youth baseball teams, about 18,000 amateur baseball players, and estimated over 40,000 visitors in total coming to enjoy youth baseball, amateur baseball, national baseball tournaments that are taking place in Palm Beach County. This past fiscal year, we saw 36 baseball tournaments that created just under 37,000 room nights, with 90% of those room nights and tourism impact being created from our spring training baseball facilities. We project that additional economic impact outside of spring training baseball from the youth baseball market that we're capturing here in the Palm Beaches represents another $25 million of economic impact. This activity is taking place during the spring, as early as April, once you get into May, and then into the summer months, June through September, and even up to November. In fact, this past November, we hosted one of the nation's largest amateur baseball tournaments for adults. That's where this activity is taking place. So from the hospitality industry perspective, those are need times. The summer months and even the fall and early winter months is when our hotels still have room to grow their occupancy compared to the spring. And so that room night during those months does mean more to a hotel than during the peak season of the county. And at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium, there's also Florida State League Baseball, which is Class Single A baseball, and that does create a hotel impact. The visiting teams that come in to enjoy or to compete against our minor league teams do stay in paid accommodations, and we tracked this past fiscal year just about 17,000 room nights. Now, this Florida State League Baseball begins in April and concludes in September. You can see how it doesn't take many visitors to create room night hotel impact when you have a 4 or 5 month long activity that's transpiring at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium. And that sums up a quick summary of activities that do take place outside of spring training at our facilities, at the county's facilities. I will say that at 15 Ballpark of the Palm Beaches, there's 5 additional multi-purpose fields accompanying the 13 diamonds. And so we are hosting other amateur sporting events such as lacrosse, soccer, flag football throughout the year that was actually not included in that report. That was more focused on baseball. So.
Thank you, George. Glenn, we have a question by Commissioner Balashay. You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, George, how about the NCAA? I didn't see them mentioned. Are they approachable as a target, for the College World Series and, that sort of thing?
Absolutely. That's a great question, Commissioner. We are, in fact, some of my teammates were in Indianapolis at the NCAA headquarters just last month. And we are planning to bid on NCAA championship events. Now, the Division I is, for foreseeable future, will be in Omaha, Nebraska, but there is Division II and Division III championships that we are looking at working with our facilities, plus conference championships. So from Conference USA to even Big Ten, SEC challenges, we've had those conversations, and hopefully we can deliver some collegiate events.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Balashay. Commissioner McKinley recognized.
Make sure you include the ACC in that.
The ACC, though.
But I also want to thank Commissioner Valashay for putting me on a huge hit list as I head to Omaha, Nebraska on Thursday for a NACO Board of Directors meeting. So hopefully no one's watching this meeting. Not trying to take you from Omaha. George, when you talk about the impact and all of the travel teams and such that are coming here for tournaments, having managed the high school baseball team and serving as a bat girl in a college team, I know that a lot of those tournaments are travel baseball, which is extremely cost prohibitive to a large number of families. So what are the teams doing to help our local talent? You know, for example, a few years ago, Pahokee High School started a new baseball team. They didn't have the revenue sources for uniforms or to pay for travel to go to, you know, their division baseball games and outside of Pahokee. So what are the teams doing to not only gear their resources towards these travel tournaments, but what are they doing, or what are you doing to help grow the local talent to make sure that all kids can participate in these tournaments?
Yeah, that's, and your assessment on travel sports, and it's, unfortunately, it's not just related to baseball. It's throughout travel, as travel sports has grown, recreational sports is sometimes loses out on that component, and it does create a more competitive feel amongst youth sports in general. And you're absolutely right. It's in terms of resources, it can be challenging, both from a financial standpoint and even for youth baseball players that aren't as talented, that sometimes feel like that the travel sports realm is more difficult path to enjoy. There are some community initiatives. Our sports commission does partner with both our facilities and the teams every July it has been at our convention center for 10 years. It was at the fairgrounds this year at our annual Kids Fitness Festival of the Palm Beaches, to bring in, and we have kids that come from all corners of the counties, from western communities to Jupiter to Boca Raton. And there's an interactive baseball clinic. We have MLB or minor league baseball players that come out and sign autographs and interact with the youth. That is one way to try to encourage youth to participate in baseball. I don't want to speak for the teams. I know, and they could probably, they're here and they could address it. I know throughout these years, there's different initiatives. They have youth days, kids days, where they're trying to get more kids out to a baseball game. And they have, I think they actually have a similar event that I was talking about at Roger Dean Stadium that takes place. It's almost like a kids fitness festival at the baseball park. Those are some of the initiatives, and they could probably speak more to the details of what they do throughout the year. But it is something we've talked, that the story you talked about with the Pahokee baseball team. Our board of directors at the Sports Commission had a lengthy conversation about it. It has inspired that one story inspired a charitable arm of the Sports Commission. We created a Palm Beach Sports Gives that was actually a result of that story, where we have board members that are trying to raise dollars, private dollars from their connections, to give back to youth sports programs, separate from our tourism side. But the Pahokee baseball story was the inspiration for our board taking that step.
Thank you. And then I assume between FAU, Palm Beach State College, Kaiser, Palm Beach Atlantic, that we're partnering with the collegiate athletes in town as well?
We do. In fact, to bid on an NCAA event, we can't do it by ourselves. We have to have a host institution. So all of those universities that you just mentioned, we have partnered with two had submit bids for NCAA events in the past, and will continue to partner with them. And yes, in fact, FAU will be, they have a game scheduled, or at least tentatively scheduled, at 15 Ballpark of the Palm Beaches. I know they played at Roger Dean Stadium before. I think last year, or 2 years ago, Central Florida came in and played FAU, so they do use those facilities for showcase games. So there is a good relationship with our colleges and universities, between our sports commission and the teams.
Okay. And then, Glenn, a question for you. If this item moves forward as presented today, just on the record, these 2 pennies that are used to fund facilities in Palm Beach County, after we pay for the convention center garage, and the 2 baseball stadiums, how much money would be left over to do anything else in the county?
When we get into that topic, this was strictly the economic impact study,
Yeah,
but
can we confine it just to this agenda item for now, if you don't mind?
if we could, I'd go into the details then.
I just don't want anyone to miss any comments related to that ultimate issue. That conclude? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Berger, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out to the board what a really, really great job George does. No one works harder at TDC than George does with the sports that he manages, the things he puts together, the people that he brings together, the amounts of people that come to Palm Beach County because of the work that he does. And he's got the biggest smile of anybody I've ever seen. Look, see a smile? He just is ear to ear. He loves what he does, and he works hard at what he does. And I really think that I just needed to take this opportunity because we don't often get the opportunity to thank some of the staff that are not near us as much as our everyday staff is. So thank you, George. You do a great job. Keep it up.
I appreciate that very much, Commissioner Berger. It is a great team effort. I'm surrounded by very talented and diligent and committed team members in my office, and then working with the TDC and the commitment from the BCC and the TDC board and Virginia is the reason why we've grown sports tourism considerably in the county, and it's a collective effort.
Well said, Commissioner Berger. Former member of the staff, as we're well aware. Vice Mayor Weinroth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. And please don't misinterpret my comments, but how much of the room nights, the 53,800, or the money that's being spent by these fans is finding its way south? And by south, I mean South County.
South County, I would say that we are getting some leakage down in South County, Commissioner, because I'm sure that many of those folks that do come down and spend time want to spend some time down in the Boca Resort and down in those hotels down in Boca and really experience all Palm Beach County, because we are certainly pushing that in all the advertising we do. Experience the entire county.
Have we done any, have we attempted to do any sort of analysis of how much is being, again, filtered down to South County during the period of the spring training of the fans coming south, spending money south?
We have to do this every year, so I'm sure that we will add, I'm not sure we will add the analysis of where the residents and the visitors, certainly the residents are coming too, but the visitors, where they're staying in the county and where that economic impact is being driven.
And certainly on a global basis, I think what it's doing for the economic value to Palm Beach County is certainly very important. I just want to make sure that, you know, we also share in the gravy and the glory down in
Understand.
you know, south.
Understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Weinroth. That concludes the inquiry by the board. We do have public speaking cards. None. Any other comments?
I apologize for not introducing Deputy County Attorney Denise Kaufman, who represents the TDC with us.
We're very familiar with council. But thank you for all your great work. If there are no other comments by my colleagues, look for a motion to receive and file on agenda item 5B1. A motion by Vice Mayor Weinroth, seconded by Commissioner Balache. No further discussion. All in favor, all opposed. That motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, gentlemen, council. We will now move directly into agenda item 5D1.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Remind the public that if you have a desire to speak, please submit a public speaking card to a member of the county staff. Ms. Wolf, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Spring training is a very necessary part of Major League Baseball. It is a rigorous, highly scheduled training program critical to getting players ready for the long season. It includes personal, team, endurance, travel, and nutrition training designed to enhance performance and reduce the risk of injury. Spring training is also an opportunity for the teams to provide unique player, team, and fan experiences and education for the young and old. No other professional sport has greater fan-player interaction than baseball, which is primarily why the visitors come to spring training. The two-team model has been very successful for the teams in terms of cost recovery, in terms of increasing the number of visitors to spring training, and increasing the number of sports venues for year-round events. The higher cost recovery is in part due to, do we have a, I'm sorry.
Put your slides up.
Oh, it is? Oh, I was looking up there and I didn't see it. Okay, sorry
Put your
about
slides
that. The higher cost recovery at this stadium is in part due to the county's strong desire to maximize year-round usage of the facility. The year-round usage is really where the teams and the county's interests align. These concepts are woven into the existing agreements and hopefully would be woven into the new agreements as well. In 1998, Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium opened to the public. The term of the sports facility use agreement with JSL was for 20 years, and it was supposed to end at the end of spring training in 2017. In 2011, the board approved a restated use agreement which accomplished two objectives: adding provisions for sharing in the renewal replacement costs and extending the term of the use to April 30th, 2027. Both of these objectives were strategic in nature, but particularly the extension. The extension was the first step in stabilizing and ensuring that spring training would remain on the east coast of Florida, particularly the Treasure Coast. Despite the Roger Dean extension through 2027, the restated agreement contained an early termination option, whereas JSL could terminate the agreement anytime after 2017 in the event that there were less than 4 major league clubs conducting their spring training facilities on the southeast Florida corridor. Similar situations existed elsewhere in Florida as a result of some clubs relocating from Florida to Arizona. In order to stop that trend and retain Major League Baseball, the state made significant funds available in order to assist local governments in either attracting new teams to Florida or retaining the ones already here. That was $25 million for a single team and $50 million for 2-team facilities. To summarize, the board's reasons for entering into the agreement for the Fit Team ballpark was to ensure that Major League Baseball would be retained at Roger Dean Stadium, expand tourism and sports training tourism by, spring training tourism, by adding 2 additional major league teams, and increasing tourism by increasing the number and diversity of sporting venues to attract additional and larger sporting events on a year-round basis to accrue the economic benefits resulting from the combination of both Roger Dean and the Fit Team ballpark through 2048. In order to accomplish that, both stadiums need to be competitive and have amenities and features that will maintain year-round events and continually expand the number of tournaments through the 28-year term. It is only because of the success of Roger Dean Stadium that there is a ballpark of the Palm Beaches, and the continued success of the ballpark is in large part dependent on Roger Dean being upgraded and also remaining competitive with other venues in terms of attracting those visitors. In ways, the upgrade of Roger Dean Stadium shouldn't really be viewed as a separate transaction or a separate decision to invest in baseball, but instead as the final phase of securing spring training in Palm Beach County. The BCC was aware, when considering the investment in the ballpark, that there was a future investment of Roger Dean, and the board seriously considered both prior to approving the agreements with the ballpark. The board evaluated the long-term investment outlook in the first and fourth cent in the same format that Glenn is going to present today, focusing on ensuring it had sufficient first and fourth cent funding for all debt service, R&R, insurance, and reserve balance for the existing facilities as well as the convention center expansion, maintaining the first and fourth cent reserve balance, and funding required for an extension of the Roger Dean Stadium until 2048 in order for the facility to remain competitive in terms of tourism features and amenities and in terms of player required improvements. These same financial considerations remain today. So that time has come to consider the extension and the major renovations. Today we are presenting 2 recommendations, the first requesting approval of the term sheet for the developer and the use agreements, and the second request permission to negotiate these agreements. If approved, the next steps would be to negotiate the agreements and present same to the board in February, submit approved agreements to the state for funding certification, and when certified, return to the BCC for the removal of the bond resolution contingencies and the approval of the bond resolution. The term of the use agreement will be through 2048, which is the same which is the same date as the ballpark agreement. Having the terms of the Roger Dean Stadium and the ballpark concurrent is critical to the county, as it'll allow the county and all 4 teams to decide whether baseball will remain in Palm Beach County and under what terms. This is in 2048. It avoids the county having to be in a position to renegotiate with one stadium when the terms of the other stadium are unknown. With the teams knowing if they are all staying or all leaving in 2048, their risk is reduced and allows us to negotiate without a lot of contingencies, which in turn allows the county to reduce its financial exposure and identify the total financial impact of such a decision. Before I go into the project cost terms, I think I want to go back and have Glenn do the financial analysis, so you have it in context when I talk about the financial terms, and then we'll come back to me.
Thank you. Glenn?
Craig will just bring that up. Craig will just bring that up for us.
Oh, just one moment, Glenn. Commissioner Valashay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this might be slightly out of order, but I believe I heard while we were discussing this that the state funding has to be requested through a bill in the legislature. Is that correct?
No, not currently.
No. Okay. How does that happen? And do we have any, the reason I'm asking is the legislature meets early this year. You know, there's got to be some time constraint on performing this. So what is that? What's the process at the legislature? Or at the state level if it's not the legislature?
Okay, well, our process for actually submitting is done administratively through DEO. You submit a funding certification application, and the requirements are set forth in the statute. We've done it once before for the ballpark, so we're fairly comfortable with the process. I think the concern with the timing has to do with in the event that the legislature were to move forward with a change in the statute that allowed for this funding.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner Valashay. Thank you, Glenn. You're recognized.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'll give you an update in terms of what the TDC has received over the past. We actually started this back in May of 2018. But first, I wanted to highlight certainly the bed tax collections that we have, 6 pennies that we bring in, which 2 of those pennies are dedicated to building things, bricks and mortar, tourism assets. The 6 pennies that we brought in just for collection purposes, 2018, we're up 11%. We're at $53.5 million. 2019, we're up 0.7%. Now, that 2018 number was the impact of Hurricane Irma, which came through and certainly gave us a bump in the bed tax collections for that particular fiscal year. And right now, we are budgeting. We have budgeted for 2020 a 4% increase in bed taxes. We always take 4 of those pennies are dedicated to marketing, promotion, beaches, and certainly the grants that are put out for not only sports, but also our cultural grants. It's roughly about $36 million. Those 4 pennies will generate, and they generated in actually 2019. And then these are the 2 pennies we're talking about today. The 2 pennies for bricks and mortar, roughly $18 million a year that we are bringing in and dedicating to building things, keeping those items refurbished, and also paying for insurance on those items. As you can see, we have not only the convention center that we are about 10 years away from actually retiring that first debt, but we have the convention center garage we invested in, we have the ballpark at the Palm Beaches, and certainly we pay for all the insurances and the refurbishment of those assets. So those are the 2 pennies that we're looking at today in terms of all the investments that we look at going out. We sit down every single year, we look at the 2 pennies, we look at what we have committed in terms of debt service on those 2 pennies. We sit down and we go through all the refurbishment activities that should be done across those assets that we have. I work very closely with Audrey's team and facilities to sit down and see how we prioritize roughly about $3 million that we put away every single year for doing refurbishment and replacement on these assets. We sit down and review those. We prioritize them, which ones we can afford, which ones we can't, which ones have to come to the head because of either repairs are getting too costly or the like, and we certainly prioritize those. We do that during the budgeting process, and then we manage those dollars appropriately all year long to make sure that we have the dollars to invest. So the TDC has been receiving analyses over the past year, since May of 2018, on this investment in certainly the next upgrade of Roger Dean Stadium. In May of 2018, JSL, the partnership, came to the TDC and asked for $100 million at that particular point in time. And we did the analysis on it, and during those meetings in May and July, we actually asked the teams to go back and review that investment because we wanted to make sure that the tourism experience was being invested in for the upgrade at Roger Dean.
Was that in present value or?
That was the total construction cost, $100 million at that point in time. Yes, back in May of 18. That was construction cost.
Present value? Turn your mic on. Oh. But was that present value, or was that just the total outlay?
It was the total outlay for construction costs. And then we'll review all the present values of those situations as I go forward. Yes, thank you. So we asked the teams to go back and actually relook at those construction investments that we were doing in Roger Dean to make sure we had tourism-related experiences prioritized for our purposes of what we were going to invest in, and then we understood specifically what was going to be utilized by the teams alone, and those that could be shared amongst the two of us. So we have come back with the two proposals, bring to you today, that were presented at a special meeting of the TDC in November. Actually, at the November 14th meeting, the teams were there, and we presented to the TDC an analysis that looked at a scenario that said we could invest $111 million in this upgrade. And I'll put up the present value because I know that is, so the sheet that was in your handout, we actually looked at the debt service requirements for all three parties. Three parties being certainly Palm Beach County and the TDC, the state, which funds $50 million of this investment, and then what would be a user fee on the teams that would also fund the debt service. And as you can see, that is in the top section of this worksheet that I have up on the board. It relates to the debt service for the TDC in Palm Beach County would be at the $78.6 million level. If you do look at a present value on that, Commissioner, we would be an investment of about $42.8. The benefit of one of these scenarios that we asked the teams to consider was that we knew we wanted to be investing in the expansion of the Palm Beach County Convention Center over the coming years. We asked the teams at the time, this was actually back in May, we asked them if we could have a scenario that would allow us to only invest for the first 9 years of this process $500,000 from TDC funds. And they would actually be able to, along with the state, they would be able to fund the remaining debt service for the first 9 years. That would allow us to at least get the planning done for the convention center, get it started, actually get it built for the expansion once we understand what that expansion should look like with the study that'll be coming out in the first quarter. That present value of $42.8 million on that $78 million cash flow allowed us to actually look at that present value investment would basically be equal to the investment the teams said would be dedicated to Palm Beach County visitor experiences, roughly about $43 million. So the benefit was certainly $500,000 in the first 9 years. The debt service over the 25 years, as I mentioned, 78.6, the present value of that being $42.8 million. And this allowed us to absolutely get Roger Dean upgraded, the convention center expansion done, depending on what that value is, and we have baked into this analysis about a $100 million investment in the convention center expansion. We don't know what the study will come back as. We don't know what improvements the consultants will consider or recommend to us, so we're certainly going through and looking at that. This analysis that we did on November 14th, which actually required us to have the investment of the $78.6 million of cash flow, put us in the predicament of 2031, we would have a reserve position that went down to about 3% of our total revenues for bed taxes. And we try to maintain a reserve in these bed tax pools of about 10% of our revenues. We actually, the agencies, the 4 pennies, are totally separate. the agencies are required to maintain a 15% reserve of their contracts. And on the two pennies that we go through and look at for bricks and mortar, we strive to maintain a 10% reserve. This particular analysis did put us into a position where we were below that in not only the years 2030, 2031, and 2032. The teams actually came back after that analysis and said, we understand you're dipping below what you would like to see in terms of your reserve positions. And they proposed to us an addition of another $1 million in 2031, which they would provide to the debt service to try to alleviate some of that reserve activity. And I should go back and mention that we have been very, very conservative in our revenue projections for these analyses, all of the analyses that have been done for the TDC. We have used our historical bed tax growth of 3.5%, and then we've actually gone through and forced in the early parts of, actually after the election in 2021 and 2022, we forced in a recession activity where bed tax growth was pegged to be 1% in 2021, 2.5% in 2022, and then recovering back to our historical average. We also put a recession in 2040. After that election, we actually did a 5% dip. So we have historical history that gives us the 3.5% bed tax growth over the 35 years. We used it in the analysis for the ballpark of the Palm Beaches also. So we have been very conservative in our revenue pictures. We know we have the committed costs. As you can see in this slide that I have up on the screen, 2030, 2031, and 2032 are the years that were certainly a challenge. Our debt service on the first debt of the convention actually expires in 2031, so that was almost $6 million of debt service that would be coming off the rolls, but certainly we have pegged in here another $6 million investment of debt service for a future expansion. We also have in here the R&R of a $3 million annual provision for investments in our renewal and replacement, and that is where the additional scenario that the TDC is recommending actually came to be. The TDC at the November 14th meeting, they requested that we actually go through and look at the TDC in Palm Beach County investing no more than the state funding of $50 million. So with that, we went through and did additional analyses that put us where the state and Palm Beach County would be equal at a present value position of $32 million, basically $32.5 million each. On a cash flow basis, we're a little bit above the state. The state just gives us $50 million, $2 million a year. But on a cash flow basis, we're about 57.8 in terms of our debt service requirements, just because we're trying to balance out that, again, the first 9 months of this investment will be at a lower debt service coming from Palm Beach County and the TDC, roughly about $630,000 per year for the first 9 years. As you can see on this slide, we then get into the position where we are at about 29% each with the state, matching on a present value standpoint the investments. And the teams, through their usage fee, would actually be at 42% of the investment. Again, still staying at the $111 million. If the teams were to come back and say, we would need to go down still to make sure that we can't spend that level of money, there would have to be a change in scope and a change in what we invest in terms of the renewal, the upgrade to Roger Dean. We'd be looking at somewhat less, probably between, I think we've pegged it between $15 and $20 million less in terms of construction cost if the teams came back and said they cannot do this user fee. The TDC came back and said equal to the state, and they also said that you should seriously look at cutting your renewal and replacement provision from $3 million to $2.5 million per year until the debt service on the convention center ends. That is certainly something that we brought to the table early on, something that we have used when we need to prioritize because bed tax growth may not be where we need to see it. So we have always been able to defer some level of investments in renewal and replacement, but the concern is if you're going to defer that for over 12 years, it is probably going to put some assets in jeopardy in terms of their useful life. So the 2.5 million that is in the recommended from the TDC Council, Tourist Development Council, brought that level down to 2.5 million. It actually allowed us, with the lower debt service requirement from TDC, to keep our reserves where they should be, about 10% of total revenues. So really, in 1 year, 2031, was the year when we actually touched $7.9 million of reserves in our analyses, which would be at 10% of reserve balances. So on the last page of this deck that was sent out last night to you, certainly the two analyses are side by side, so you can see the TDC proposal from their actually November 26th meeting that we brought back as the last requirement from their side, and then the JSL proposal that was presented at the November 14th meeting, which had us at a higher distribution of debt service.
Glenn, if we can just take a quick break, Vice Mayor Weinroth, you're... Okay, apologize. All right, continue.
And you want to flip back to Audrey?
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as you heard, the estimated project cost is $111 million, which would be funded through a county bond issued by the county. The debt service on that bond would be funded from three sources: the county's debt service contributions, which are capped per attachment to of the term sheet.
Let me just,
Go ahead.
before we get too deep, let me recognize Commissioner Balashay in case it pertains to a private
Thank you,
issue.
Mr. Mayor. So, Glenn, does there exist anywhere a chart that shows your projected growth in bed tax revenues over the term of this project, and how much is committed already, and how much is available for unknown projects that might come along? I think that would be very helpful, because what you're growing a base of about $60 million at how much percent a year?
3.5%. 3.5% is what we have built in
3.5%.
terms of our growth.
So
historical
out
rate.
at 30 years, that would be what, 120?
And we do have all those analyses that show us the bed tax growth going out through 2048.
But my point is, I mean, we would have in the out years very sufficient funds for almost anything that came along. And especially in the first 10 years, we would have, you know, we're only asking for 500,000 out of all of the, well, it's the first and 4 cents.
First and
but-
4 cent. In the first 10 years is when the pressure actually occurs, because we're working on getting the convention center expansion done, and we still have the debt service on Convention Center 1 still in front of us.
Mhm.
It's when that retirement of the convention center first debt in 2031 actually ends, that we then have some additional capacity, along with 2 years, 3 years later, there'll be the retirement of the garage, because that was on a 20-year debt service. So we'll start to have more bonding capacity as we go out through the mid-30s. But certainly from 2020 through 2031, that is when the pressure is on in terms of additional investments being able to be done besides Roger Dean and our convention center. And I know
Okay.
that's a very big topic for the board.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Balashay. Vice Mayor Weinroth, actually, it's Commissioner McKinley recognized.
Thank you. Glenn, when I met with you yesterday and I asked the question, after you pay for the garage, the convention center expansion, the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, and Roger Dean Stadium's proposal here, that there was nothing left over to do anything anywhere else in the county. Is that statement, was that true or was that not true?
It's absolutely true, until 2031, when the debt service on the convention center, debt service number 1, actually ends, and we can throttle the R&R dollars that we're putting away of $3 million per year. We can actually work that to throttle as bed taxes either go up or down. So it was absolutely true.
It would have been helpful if you explained that yesterday. Thank you.
Very sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. Vice Mayor Weinroth, you recognized.
Yeah, I guess need some clarification, because certainly, you know, again, pointing to South County, there are some discussions down there about the potential for perhaps a performing arts center, which would be a candidate for TDC dollars. And I'm wondering, are we foreclosing the opportunities that might come up on the horizon between now and 2031, that there'll be any opportunity for participation going forward?
That is certainly the concern of the TDC board, and certainly it's something that we have to look at. I think the South County Cultural Center is very early in the process. We don't even know the share that the county would be asked for. Certainly is very, very early. But there are a lot of other demands that always come up, and we have to look at them, and the economic impact study of those demands actually are required by state statute as we go forward to take any of these first and fourth penny bricks and mortar pennies and put them into any investment. An economic impact study is required for those.
But this is essentially going to put us out of business for about a decade to be able to entertain new brick and mortar projects going forward?
It depends on how much we invest in the convention center. We've pegged $100 million for that investment. We will receive a study in Q1 that tells us what they are recommending in terms of how much of an expansion, if it needs to be expanded at all. So that is where that $6 million that's in there, along with the $3 million of R&R, is really somewhat of it's a projection.
How much of these 2 pennies is coming out of the Boca Resort versus the rest of the TDC money? Do you have sort of an idea?
We are not privy to where the bed tax dollars come from in terms of hotels. That is, tax collector does not allow us to understand those dollars. We can do projections by central, North, and South County. And actually right now, probably between Central County and South County, it's probably pretty much equal, as we have so much hotel construction that's going on up here in Central County.
Am I correct in assuming that the Breakers and the Boca Resort probably are the predominant contributors to that?
They would be large contributors these days, but we have another 1,800 rooms that'll be opening in 2020. So that is starting to gain the pot of additional hotel rooms that are coming in, but those two are certainly big drivers.
I mean, I love the idea of being a training venue for the last 2 world champion teams, and I think that what it's doing for the county is great. I just don't want to foreclose an opportunity, whether it be in the west or whether it be in the south, for one single project. So, I mean, that's where my concerns are. Thank you, Mayor.
Right.
Okay, so I was talking about the debt service on the bond and how that would be funded. So you have the county's debt service coming out of the first and fourth pennies, and it would be capped pursuant to attachment 2 of the term sheet. You have the state statute, or the state funding that is capped by statute, and then you have JSL's contribution, or the use fee, which will be the annual amount of the debt service less the county and state contributions. So with the county and the state's contributions being capped, all financial risk associated with interest rates and cost of issuance is on JSL. This is the opposite of the arrangement in the ballpark agreement where HW's use fees were negotiated and the county bore that risk. This very much favors the county. So while the previous provision explains the risk being on JSL if the interest rates go up, the next provision of the term sheet essentially allows the county to benefit in the event that interest rates go down. As large as the number, as the interest rates go down, and then I forgot to talk about that. So basically the teams have agreed, and there's a provision in the term sheet that allows them to ask for a $126 million bond issue. And that would be, if interest rates go down, they would want to reinvest the interest savings to provide additional tourism enhancements, and I'm going to talk about that in the scope. So they're basically protecting us or benefiting us from interest rates high and low. So as large as these numbers are, they are comparable to what other counties and Florida counties are paying to either renovate their existing one-team facility or to build a new one-team facility. JSL engaged design professionals and a CM to prepare concept sketches and cost estimates for the project, in part in response to the TDC's previous request for additional information regarding the non-player improvements. JSL also engaged a construction manager to assist in pricing the work. Attachment A to your board item explains that process and the details that were involved in verifying the appropriate scope as well as the cost estimate. The project cost estimate and the narrative is also a work product of that effort, and that's also included in the backup and provides additional information on the scope of work and identifies those features which are considered entirely public use, are shared use between spring training and the public, or exclusive or team use. This is very helpful in understanding the scope of work and why the improvements have been characterized as they have. Both Glenn and George reviewed the document in advance, concurred with the methodology used in the characterizations of these tourism enhancements as either visitor enhancements, which is what happens during spring training season, or events which occur year-round. The purpose of this document of the presentation was really to be responsive to the TDC's comments relative to what specific improvements benefit tourism and how they benefit tourism and what their costs were. 3 additional tourism enhancements were originally envisioned when they went through this pre-design phase. And JSL believes that those amenities will be beneficial and necessary to be competitive with other stadiums at some point during the 20-year duration of this agreement. However, including those items in the project raised the project's cost to $126 million. So that's kind of that high end we talked about in the event that interest rates go down. But the 111 is a result of evaluating the scope reductions, which included those 3 additional features. JSL has committed, as I said before, if the interest rates are more favorable, they are willing to reinvest those savings to get those additional tourism enhancements at no additional cost to the county. So they would basically be using our bond rating to provide those additional tourism, but at no additional cost to us. They would solely bear the debt service on that. The $111 million is higher than previously presented of $100 million in May of 2018, but the county's and TDC's financial contribution has not increased. In fact, it has actually been reduced by the additional $1 million that JSL has agreed to. The payments for the debt service are reflected on attachment 2 to the term sheet, and the teams have front-end loaded their contributions to be responsive to other bed tax commitments in those early years. I'm going to kind of skip over the financial because Glenn already went through that. So if you look at the present value of the county's debt service contribution, it is slightly less than the value of the public improvements as compared to the county's cash flow of $78 million. So essentially, the present value, with all of our assumptions in it, the present value of our contributions is about $42 million, and the value of the improvements that came out of the estimate is approximately 43. So we were trying to characterize for the TDC where the money was going to. Nowhere in the scope document will you see anything about additional parking improvements, but they are needed. The teams are working with the town of Jupiter to fund a parking structure at the town's cost. JSL has been speaking with the city manager and the mayor, and if approved today, we'll be making a formal request to the town. The term sheet is very clear that no TDC funds or bond proceeds would be used in support of the new parking facilities. JSL will have an option to terminate these agreements, their agreements with us, in the event that Jupiter does not fund the parking garage. While the county is not financially responsible for the obligations that will be contained in the agreement with the town for additional parking, it is likely we're going to need to be a party to such agreement so that the negotiated terms are in favor of the county as we are the stadium owner. JSL will be responsible for the design and the construction of the improvements. While this is the same relationship between the county, the teams, and the CM as on the ballpark, JSL will also be required to cause the CM to bid subcontractors based on 90% complete construction documents. They will also require the CM to implement the county's EBO program and local preference policies when bidding the work, and utilize the latest version of the standard CM contract, which now includes several provisions to protect subcontractors, including early release of retainage, require notification of disputed invoices, timely payment of undisputed amounts, and dispute resolution between the CM and the subcontractors. All of these items are beyond what was required at the time of the ballpark agreement. While at this time, GSL is intending to move forward with public procurement processes for design services and has already submitted the information necessary for goal-setting committee, JSL has also reserved the option to privately fund the design service in order to reduce the time associated with public procurement in the event it's necessary to meet other requirements in the agreement, particularly the schedule. In the event that JSL does exercise this option, the county would be prohibited from paying for those services, and the amount of the debt of the bond would be reduced accordingly. JSL is responsible for all cost overruns which may occur during the construction. As is currently the case at Roger Dean and the ballpark, the teams are 100% responsible for performing and funding the operation and maintenance of the entire facility. The county does not pay anything towards maintenance. In addition to partially offset those costs, the teams keep 100% of the revenue streams, including such things as ticket sales, sponsorships, advertisements, naming, and food and beverage proceeds. JSL and the county will share in the renewal replacement costs. The current sharing methodology will continue through 2027, even after the new use agreement is executed. In 2027, the allocation methodology will change to the sharing allocation methodology in the R&R program pursuant to the ballpark agreement, so those will be the same, whereby the county funds 100% of all the R&R in the public spaces, and JSL funds 100% of the R&R in the exclusive use spaces. It is staff's opinion that there's no material financial difference between the two approaches, with the only impact being the predictability of expenses, assignment of improvements to each category, and accounting for the R&R program. The financial projections take into account the R&R requirements for the portions of the stadium that are not being upgraded or renovated, but also the new throughout the term of the agreement. Capital improvements. Capital improvements are defined as design and permitting and labor and materials related to the facility that would happen after the project is completed. Examples could be an enlargement, an expansion of the structure, or a physical improvement that increases capacity. The existing use agreement was executed in 2011, included $4 million in TDC funding, which is matched by $1 million from JSL to make capital improvements to the existing facilities prior to 2027. At this time, $1.5 million remains of county money and $433 of JSL funding. This provision allows JSL to continue to access this funding for continued capital improvements. This funding has already been encumbered and does not represent any new funding commitment. Further, it allows JSL to continue to make improvements to the facility during the design of the new facility in advance of the larger project. The improvements are all in the public areas and shared spaces and will benefit the continued use of the fields and the sporting events leading up to and during the construction of the project. After completion of the new project, 100% of the cost of capital improvements will be the responsibility of JSL. From a marketing perspective, each team will perform marketing services for the facility in each team's respective home city or to each team's home audience with an annual value of beginning at $500,000 per team. I say beginning because at the request of the TDC Finance Subcommittee, the teams have agreed to escalate the value of that annual contribution by 10% every 5 years. This equates to over $6.7 million over the term of the agreement. Identical to the terms and of the current agreement and that of Ballpark of the Palm Beaches, the Sports Commission will continue to have first rights of use of the facility after JSL and the teams. So the terms that I have talked about include modifications that were made by JSL in response to the TDC Finance Subcommittee, were last presented to the TDC on November 26th. As Glenn indicated, the TDC's recommendation was for alternate deal terms that included renewal replacement being lowered by $500,000 annually from 2021 through 2033 across all of the TDC funded assets by deferring the projects and reducing the present value of the county's contribution to that of the states. To implement this recommendation, JSL would have to reduce the scope of the project or reduce the project costs and or fund the difference resulting from the reduced county contribution. Late yesterday afternoon, the board received an email from JSL concluding with the statement that from a business standpoint, considering the length of the 30-year commitment, JSL cannot accept a further reduced budget as the TDC has proposed, and respectfully request consideration of the modified terms presented that support the $111 million project budget. That includes the additional proposed contributions from JSL. So that completes my contribution. I do know if the mayor would indulge that Bill DeWitt, who is the president and owner of the St. Louis Cardinals, he's here today and would like to make a brief presentation to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Commissioner Balashay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Commissioner Wanroth mentioned the Kravis Center. I wasn't here when that was constructed, but how much was that? How much did that cost? And how much of that cost was borne by the county versus philanthropy grants and other sources of funding?
I'm not familiar with the Kravis Center funding.
But
My
there was
understanding
a-
was about $10 million came from the county, but the rest was publicly funded via, contributions from
And
philanthropists.
that was in the, what, 30,
The
40
original one,
million?
I'm not sure. I know this last push has been a $40 million investment in the refurbishment that Kravitz just did.
Okay.
And that's all, no TDC funds were provided to them.
I did want to commend Commissioner Wanroth for being consistent with his predecessor, because Steve was never a big baseball fan. So you're carrying on that tradition.
Fair summation. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. You're recognized.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to say just a couple things on behalf of the Cardinals and the Marlins. I was getting a little nostalgic driving in this morning because I remember my first role with the Cardinals 25 years ago was to scout out the MacArthur Foundation parcel down here in Palm Beach County for the opportunity to do a new spring training site. And as you may recall, that was the largest undeveloped parcel of developable land in this area. And it was sort of one of those build it and they will come type of things. And we did sort of take a leap and joined the Expos at that time, and then the Marlins came in later, but to build this facility in that area. And the promise was for further development in the parcel. And we were a little concerned that it would just be in a swampy field and it would just be baseball deep into there. Well, it all ended up coming to pass. We got FAU, we got Scripps, we got the huge Abacoa development. And it's really created this neighborhood atmosphere around spring training as well as the year-round activities at Roger Dean Stadium. And our fans love it. St. Louisans come down here. If you had polled our fans 25 years ago, what is Jupiter? They would have said it's a planet. Now, if you ask Cardinal fans what's Jupiter, the first thing on their minds is it's where the Cardinals have their spring training, and they come down here. They love it. Many of them retire down here and follow the team, and we love it as a training operation for our overall operation, player development, et cetera. And these deals are not easy. I get that, not only from a public dollar standpoint, but from the team standpoint. These are tough deals because spring training isn't your economic engine overall of our business. It's baseball games up in St. Louis. But we believe in this community. It's served us very well over the years in training our players as well as developing these relationships and connections with our fans in this area. And we'd love to be here for a long time to come. So thank you for the consideration of this project, and we hope to be here for many, many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We don't have any follow-up questions. I was notified that former Commissioner Karen Marcus had submitted a card previously on this item, and although she cannot be here, she wanted to express support for the item. So that concludes public comment. We are now in dialogue and debate. Commissioner Weiss, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. As it relates to the TDC, if you, do you have the capacity right now to fund at $2 million per year?
To fund the baseball stadium at $2 million a year? Yes.
So within your, you could match the state funding without having to backload it.
The only issue, Commissioner, not you would have to backload it. If we do want to invest in the convention center in the next few years and do an expansion, we would need to decrease that front end.
So currently you don't have the capacity to fund it at the complete.
To do both at a straight line, we do not.
Okay. Is there any negative amortization going on this? Or is that just, it's picked up by GSL?
Picked up by JSL. Yeah.
Okay. You know, this is a challenge because, you know, looking at the present value, but the present value looks like we're going from 43 million to 32 million. That's the present value differences, but it's creating a $20 million interest difference between the two payments. Is that right? If I did that on the back of my napkin, okay?
Sorry, so we are going from 42 between
the two proposals.
Correct.
You got 42 and 32.
Yes.
So roughly $10 million difference.
Correct. $10 million between the two at present value.
At
Correct.
present value, but yet we're encumbering another $20 million in interest.
For the debt service between a cash flow debt service, yes, absolutely.
For the $10 million.
$20 million difference, but it's all to do with that $9 million up front where we are going through and spending only $500,000 per year. It's allowing us to do that, so it's certainly it's a balancing act.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner Balashay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we have a couple of options here. I'll start by saying the one I favor is the deal that Audrey has cut with the teams. But, you know, if we look at the suggestion from the TDC, then we're kind of implicitly saying that we didn't get the best deal from the teams. I personally don't believe that. I know Audrey is a very strong negotiator, and I don't want to play roulette. And if we wanted to go and renegotiate with the teams, I think we should do it in an executive session because the teams are here, and we don't really want to, you know, disclose our negotiating strategy if that's the way the board wants to go. And just for the, I know Commissioner Weinroth didn't have a long presentation about the cultural facilities in Boca, but it reminds me when we were doing the HW deal, the TDC was against it. This time they're not against it in total, they're against it at the level that we've proposed. But you know, they were saying, well, we might need the money for the convention center, and we might need the money for something else. And, you know, my view back then was, well, we've got a bird in the hand, and, you know, we can talk about speculative projects that could or could not occur 5 or 10 years down the road. But right here, we got two teams that want to play baseball here. And I'd rather go with something that we know we're going to have than reserve the money for something that we don't know if it'll ever materialize. So, you know, I think, as I said, the options are get Audrey to try another round negotiating, which I personally don't think we're going to get any better deal. Or two, I guess we could reject the whole thing. Which I think is foolish because we're in a competitive market. All these other cities in Arizona and the West Coast would love to have these teams. They're often very ready to do state-of-the-art stadia. Ours is not state-of-the-art, and we're quite a bit behind and have to bring it up to par with not just the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, but every other minor league or spring training facility. So my suggestion would be to go with what we have And the last consideration is we do have to get the state money. And if we try to recut the deal or, do something else dilatory, we might miss the boat in the legislature. It's not, a giant chance, but it's a chance. So I think we should go forward today.
Thank you, Commissioner Balache. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Thanks. Couple of comments. I'm okay moving forward with something today. I for the one who usually squawks the loudest on their fears of the legislature, I will tell you that I think the fear of this money disappearing is not going to come to fruition. We may have one more year under this speaker that it's threatened, but with a governor who played collegiate baseball, I hardly see him taking a stab at the baseball industry. So I don't see this money going away. But if there's a higher level of comfort to be able to move forward and make sure that we've got our request out there to assure us that we'll receive that funding, I'm okay moving forward. I am a little nervous, however, at appropriating every dime that we have for the next dozen years. Just doing a little research back here, between the convention center, the garage, the beaches, and the 2 baseball stadiums is the only recipients of these 2 pennies of our TDC dollars. That means District 2, District 3, District 5, and District 6 have absolutely no chance for a dozen years of seeing any kind of project funded in our districts. I also certainly appreciate the 53,000 room nights and the $70 million economic impact that the baseball industry has during a 6-week period for spring training and other assorted tournaments. But in my district, we have the equestrian industry, which according to your 2011 study, which is outdated and probably should be updated, we see more than 250,000 people coming in just for the Winter Equestrian Festival, not for dressage, not for polo. So if just the Winter Equestrian Festival's economic impact is $120 million. If you add in the other 2 events and 2011 dollars, it's over $200 million. And when I tell you that Marion County is breathing down our neck and going to be competing head on with us in the next 3 to 5 to 10 years, trying to steal away our equestrian industry, that's no laughing matter. And to not be able to offer any type of assistance to retain that industry, should it be looking to move elsewhere into an environment that has a whole lot of land and a very engaging county commission, and equal wealth in their equestrian industry as we have in ours here. Historically, they've been more of a thoroughbred breeding grounds, but they have expanded with their new equestrian facility there, that's state of the art. And I'm gonna go out to the equestrian industry, should we be faced in a competing market like the PGA just was with Texas, and I'm gonna say, sorry, I got nothing for you because this county only cares about beaches and baseball. And that doesn't even begin to touch on, the bass fishing opportunities that we could have out in the glades and the need to do some sort of hotel or some sort of facility out there to keep that industry going in partnership with Hendry County and Okeechobee County. So I'm really nervous about spending every last penny we have for the next dozen years on beaches and baseball. So if somebody were to come up with some sort of alternative motion to move forward today, I would support that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley.
I just wanted to comment, beaches are not coming out of the first and fourth penny. Beaches are in the other 4 pennies, and that's about $7 million a year that we put into beach renourishment coming out of the other 4 pennies.
True, but the only infrastructure we fund out of any of the pennies is beaches, convention centers, and baseball stadiums.
Commissioner Bernard, you recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Baker, we have a term sheet that's in front of us. and I know that the team provided a response yesterday. Can we still negotiate this term sheet, like giving a motion to still do some negotiating with the team? Can we do that and still move forward? What's your thinking?
If this is the board's direction for us to go back to the teams, we can definitely do that. I believe we can speak with you to get input, whether individually or in an executive session, so that we're sure where you're going with this. We could go back to the team. I believe the team wants to stay. We want them to remain here. It has been a good investment for us as a community. And so we can go back, and I agree that Audrey is definitely a tough negotiator, and I've negotiated quite a few contracts with her along with Glenn.
Hey, she barely gave me carpet.
I'm here to tell you, and it's hard pulling.
Very happy with my offer.
But I appreciate that. So trust me, I give her the side eye when she wants to give away too much money. But we will be happy if it's this board's direction to send us back to talk to the teams, and then we'll come back to this board at the very next meeting. We really want to, at some point, nail this down very shortly so that we can start our final negotiations, so we can move forward with the state to get these dollars down. And I hear you, Commissioner McKinley. We've both been nail biting at the last hour with the legislature, but I'd like to make sure that we've got this nailed down.
The reason why I'm asking that is I know that we've got to move, but I still think that I saw that the TDC's decision was like right before the holidays. That was last Tuesday?
Last Tuesday, we did a special
Tuesday, and with Thanksgiving, and then, now we're Tuesday to try to make a decision. What I'm hoping, if we can just, go back to the team and see what else that we can do to try to really bring this a little bit better, so in that way we can feel more comfortable. That would be something that I would, support. And, if we can just fine tune it a little bit better, so in that way, we're able to protect, our taxpayers' dollars more wisely. But I'd love to hear from the other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. I'm going to recognize Vice Mayor Weinroth in just one moment, but while we're on this point, I hear the concerns that are being brought forth by my colleagues, and if the intent is to negotiate a different deal, I would think that a good part of a good faith negotiation is for us to give direction on some direction on what it is we're looking to extract further from this process.
Well,
recognize Ms. Baker.
Commissioner, if this board wants to give us some further detail, I agree with Commissioner Valasche. I think we ought to do that in executive session, not sit here and negotiate against ourselves and the public.
We're definitely not negotiating today.
Right.
But I think it would be helpful to have some clarity to what how are we going to land this? How are we going to get a majority, if that's the will of this board? What is it going to take to get that process done? Certainly that would be some sensitive conversation, but I don't want to just send back negotiations. You recognize Commissioner Bernard.
Mr. Mayor, I guess just to go back to my question that I asked earlier was, could we still, approve this and also provide the administrator the opportunity to negotiate and still come back to us either in a private session, and so in that way, because I'm okay with, approving this today, but I still want to give the administrator the opportunity and Audrey the opportunity to still negotiate and, better terms and still come, because it still would have to come back to us. And so that's kind of like what I'm trying to figure out, if we can do that.
Yeah, we could do any of those. I mean, because all the terms are interrelated. So if we're going to have a higher probability of coming to agreement somewhere, we're going to have to move on the other terms. So it would be helpful if I knew where you wanted me to focus. You know, if it's the first 10 years, whatever it is, that would be helpful. But going forward, it would be better if you gave county administrator permission to negotiate, because it's really going to touch all the terms. So we have to do that, and that way we can be doing it moving forward at the same time. But I would need some direction on exactly where you want me to focus, and then we'll see
Anything
what we
further,
can do.
Commissioner Bernard? I mean, certainly opening up the ability to build new brick and mortar stuff with our TDC tax seems to be a common theme, which is a money issue, which means, you know, how much direction can we really give there at this point? Vice Mayor Weinroth, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I don't want to be viewed as the Grinch who stole baseball, Commissioner Valasche. I think that, you know, I could support, even though we're elected by single-member districts, I'm looking at this globally as far as the county. And, you know, I could support a maximum of matching the state. I couldn't go any further than that. So I could embrace that going forward. I'm hoping representations that have been made to me prior to this meeting was we're being very conservative in our projections as far as the TDC money coming in, that there's already built into there a potential downturn in the economy. So with all that built in, I'm hoping that there is going to be some room, and that if another project does come from South County, that we're going to have some wiggle room in there so that we can entertain it. And again, we are a long way from a potential ask for a facility down there. So that being said, I would be supportive maximizing the state match, but going no further than that. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss, thank you, Vice Mayor Weinroth. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. I share a lot of the same concerns that have already been mentioned. I do support baseball. I support the refurbishment of the stadium. I guess I get the fact that we have no capacity for 10 years to do anything other than the baseball and the potential the convention center expansion. That to me is a little troubling. If there was a way to have additional capacity, and I think, you know, and I appreciate Commissioner Valasche, your comments. I mean, in the out years, you know, yeah, we have additional capacity just because of the multiplier effect. However, in the beginning years, we don't, and it's as somebody, you know, I try and be conservative in my own life with my own money, and I want to be extra conservative with our tax dollars and for our constituents. And I've heard from some of my constituents regarding this. They're supportive of keeping baseball here and continuing to make an investment, but they're also very concerned about tying up our capacity with the TDC to do anything in the upcoming years. And so I share Commissioner Bernard's request to see if there might be some other things that we might be able to come out of. And Mayor, I appreciate your comments, but I think to lay out exactly what we need right here and now is not I'd rather do that in private with our staff.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Commissioner Valasche, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think the TDC, when they came up with this formula to match our contribution to the states, was sort of a convenient way to do it, and it seems neat. But if you really think about who the benefits accrue to, there's a huge mismatch between what the state gets out of this and what Palm Beach County gets out of it. I mean, the state, you know, it's money collected from all over the state and it's dispersed, but they've got the whole spring training and enterprise here that the state benefits from indirectly. But we benefit directly from them being in our community, and I truly believe the $70 million economic impact and all those other ancillary benefits that we were shown earlier. So tying our contribution to the state's contribution is a way to look at it, but I don't think it reflects the reality of how the benefits are distributed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valashay. And to that point, I'm not really clear on what the causal link is between matching it at $50 million, what the state's contribution is. I think it just sounds neat, but I don't know, and maybe your members expressed some causal relationship between why it should be capped at that besides just lowering our contribution, but how is 50 and 50 equitable in any respect?
It was, the state contribution is 50, and the board just felt we
Simple
should
as
be
that?
no longer, no higher than that.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Valashay. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that we've been talking about this. I'd love for us to come up with a motion that we can kind of like work with, and so in that way we can, you know, figure out what's best to do. All right, so so now.
I guess you just volunteered.
I know, I volunteered. So I'm going to the item. It says motion to approve a term sheet with which identifies the key provisions of a developer agreement and sports facility use agreement with Jupiter Stadium LTD. So the question is, I guess, do we want to approve the exact term sheet? I think that Ms. Baker, what we want to be able to do is to not approve the term sheet, but to send you back to negotiate further. Ms. Neiman, how can we do that? Help me, please.
I think it's just as simple as that. If you like the concept, perhaps you could say you want to approve in concept and then direct staff to go back and negotiate further consistent with the comments they heard today.
Okay. So as stated by our county attorney.
And I'll second that.
All right. And then also, the second part of the motion would be to authorize the county administrator to start negotiations with a new DA and new SFUA per the comments as stated today.
That's fine.
So-
We'll bring that to you, and I will further discuss whether contacting you individually for input or an executive session, and I'm thinking it would be probably more expeditious to do it on one-on-one as opposed to an executive session. So I will be speaking with you individually on it.
It's up to the mayor.
Yeah, before you adjudicate that issue, let me poll my colleagues and see what their preference is.
I believe the county attorney may have some
County attorney's
input.
recognized.
I think your legal option is to have individual meetings with staff.
Yeah, I'm not real clear on what the exemption to the Sunshine Law would be at this point.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, that's my motion.
That's the motion, and that's seconded by Commissioner Weinroth. Commissioner McKinley, you're recognized.
Would it be possible to bring that back for approval on the December 17th meeting, Ms. Baker, so we can get this done before session?
That is my intent.
So also, I'm going to add for it to be added on the December 17th meeting.
Motion seconded by Commissioner Weinroth.
Thank you. So, Mayor, my comments then would be that I certainly support a 100% match of the state appropriation, and that's what's required under statute to receive the full $50 million. So I think that's where we arrived at the $50 million contribution was a 100% match. That leaves a little wiggle room to perhaps lower some of the cost projections or some of the improvements, or to have the teams pick up some additional costs, which when they're both valued at more than $1 billion apiece, I would think that there might be a little wiggle room to help pick up some of those, the $4.5 million for a new merchandise area and the pretty high cost of the maintenance shed. I think there's some wiggle room to lower some of those costs to maybe bring it into the realm that we are looking at and that we're more comfortable with. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinley. I don't see any other further lights indicating dialogue and debate on this issue has closed. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Commissioner, that motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Balachet dissenting. All right, thank you for the conversation and direction. We'll move on to the agenda further. We're going to now recess as the Board of County Commissioners, and we're going to convene as the Child Care Facilities Board and move to agenda item 6A1.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of item 6A1.
A motion by Commissioner McKinley
Second.
to move forward 6A1, the appointment, seconded by Commissioner Bernard. No further discussion. All in favor, all opposed. That item passes 7-0. We're now going to adjourn as the Child Care Facilities Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners and move to agenda item 7A, Commission District Appointments. I don't presently have any listed in my agenda. If there's a commissioner that has an appointment, please notify me at this time. We'll now move to agenda item 8A1, administration comments. Ms. Baker, you're recognized.
Just a quick and brief update on our board directives regarding the environmental GO bond. The board directed us on 11/19 to schedule a workshop for this discussion. That workshop has been scheduled for January 28, 2020. And today you had the Army Corps of Engineers presentation, and we also sent out the appropriate letters as directed by the board. We are continuing to work on the natural areas funding option as well. I think we'll be in a better position to recommend funding options on natural areas after the January 28th workshop with the board on environmental GO. We're continuing to work on the reduced fare on Palm Tran, along with working with the marine industry. Ms. Skidmore came before this board. You directed us to continue to work with her and our neighbors to the south. We are doing so and running to ground all of the appropriate information. We will bring that information back to you. And I think at the December 17th meeting, we will have, again, an update from you on Mrs. Brenner regarding Jerome Golden and the clients of Jerome Golden and the status of those individuals. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have on any of the
I
others.
don't see any lights indicating there's no questions from my colleagues, so I'll look for a motion to receive and file in 8A1.
So moved.
Motion is made by Commissioner Bernard, seconded by Commissioner Berger. No further debate. All in favor, all opposed. That item passes 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the update on commission priorities. Now to the County Attorney's Office.
No comments, thank you.
We're going now into agenda item number 9, Commissioner comments. District 1, Commissioner Balachet.
I had none.
District 2, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to inform the board, you may have received an email from my office today. I will not be here for comments by the public. I will be going down to the 11th annual Climate Summit in representing our board down there.
Very good. Thank you for representing the board down there. And no further comments, Commissioner Weiss? We'll now move to District 5, Commissioner Berger.
No comments, thank you.
District 6, Commissioner McKinley.
No comments.
District 7, Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to request an off-site proclamation for Project 12.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bernard to off-site proclamation, seconded by Commissioner McKinley. All in favor, all opposed, that item passes 7-0. Any further comments?
No.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Weinroth.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking for approval for an off-site proclamation for Highland Beach's 70th anniversary.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Weinroth for off-site proclamation, seconded by Commissioner McKinley. No further debate. All in favor, all opposed, that item passes 7-0. Any further comments, Vice Mayor Weinroth?
Yeah, I also will be absent for the 2 o'clock session. I'll be delivering the off-site proclamation in Highland Beach at the time of our of our session. I also wanted to make note of the fact that our last meeting, I mentioned that FAU had made it into the conference championships, and they were the victorious school, winning 34-17. They are now the Conference USA East champions, and they will be playing the UAB Blazers on Saturday for Conference USA Championship, and I'm hoping that my fellow commissioners will come down and join me as we cheer them on.
Is UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham?
That's
That's
who it is.
Birmingham.
That's a program that shut their football program down and then had to restart it because the loss of that value having the team. So maybe that's a relevant point as we discuss this ongoing issue with training. Any further comments?
No
Commissioner?
further
Vice
comments.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, that leaves me. I have no comments except to thank my colleagues and staff for an important discussion today. We do not need a quorum for matters by the public, but I will be here. I only see 2 commissioners missing, and we will be in recess.
Well, I had one question before
Oh,
you
yes.
discuss
Oh,
this.
I'm sorry, I didn't see this. Go ahead, Commissioner McKinley.
I would love to join you on Saturday, but I'll be in the warm weather of Omaha. If you don't mind, Commissioner Bernard, we just approved an off-site proclamation, but what is Project 12?
Good question. Actually,
It's a calendar that I'll be on. So it's a yearly calendar that they have with. No.
the rules allow us to change our vote.
So
What
it's
kind of
it's
calendar?
it's a it's actually I received that last night, and the Project 12, they do a calendar of all of the African American males in the county, and this year they have 12 African American males that they've chosen, and one of them is me. So
awesome.
And so it's this Saturday.
Congratulations. Just
Thank
wanted to make sure we knew exactly what we were voting on. So that we
Thank you.
get to vote on who we like as the calendar guy the most? Just kidding. Thank you.
Put me down for a calendar, if you will, Commissioner Bernard.
blow it up.
All right, wonderful. We're in recess until 2 o'clock, where we will return for matters by the public. Thank you.